Yo, good morning. No way. I was trying to do a little jump, but I think it raised. The bridge was higher than where I jumped from. Yo, yo, Hicks. From Brazil. Yo. We're doing a little morning dagger farm for Hygel. Why do you need that dagger? You don't. I I was doing some chat GPT math. Yeah, Pierre, I went on the wrong channel. I see, like, I consulted the AI, and I don't have a dagger, but the math on Arcane exploding 11 mobs, which is a standard wave, it'd be 10 to 12 mobs in Hygel. So if you're hitting all of them, you're able to last an additional 30 seconds of Arcane exploding at max rank. It ends up being pretty sick. So you use way less mana per second. Excited to do tier 6 again? I'm excited just because it's been a while and it's kind of fun to get gear no matter what. It's always fun to get gear and kill bosses that you haven't killed yet. The first couple weeks are pretty fun, I think, no matter what. Like if Molten Core came out tomorrow, I'd be excited for it. Dagger drop this run. Actually, my other mage has it. So I have Amp and Amp B. My Amp B has a dagger now. Yo. Good morning, guys. Little PvP, yeah. We got the PvP set. I did like 2 weeks of arena last season to get enough gear, and I got all the marks and shit, so I'm ready. Next week, I'm ready. I need some like WoW stuff to kill time with, man. I'm just rotting here. You're never rolling Alliance again on Night Slayer, it's horrible. It's the same for everybody. Like if you have friends that are on, you'll be fine. You know, like you just need to be in a group when you're going out. Like if you're going to a dungeon, it's fine. I actually haven't had like any issues. No, this is playing Horde, but I haven't had any issues like doing anything. The only time I got ganked was doing like Shadow Moon Valley quests. Are you boosting? No. I'm doing Mara dagger run. What are you forgetting for your phase 3 prep? Primal manas if you're a caster. 6 of them. I think that's about it. Like, the tier 6 prep stuff is literally just like if you're gonna do Shadow Res or Professions, and then consumables. But even consumables are kind of weird right now because of Mark of Illidari. Yeah, I want to get the plan. The plan tomorrow is to do Hyjal Trash Farm on release and try to make a little bit of money. But you can't solo it. You need like a group. Guys, the mage came together last minute. I got Serpent Coil Parade yesterday. Dual Wield Devastate? I've actually seen somebody playing that in tier 5. It's kind of sick. Why you want the dagger now in TBC? It's because we're gonna do a low man trash farm of Hyjal, and I am gonna probably run Like we're gonna try to 7-man Hyjal and see how far we can get trash wise. Expectation for BlizzCon? Like, are you asking me to rate it? I don't know. It hasn't happened yet, man. Preliminary BlizzCon rating. I mean, I have high hopes, but I'm also concerned about some information that might come out. Like, the last thing I want is them to be like, all right, guys, SOD 2's coming. Are you ready? Don't you guys have phones? Because it's on the mobile. It's on the mobile device now only. Exclusive mobile Classic Plus. You know, like, there's a lot of things they could say that would ruin my Blizz boner, my BlizzCon boner, you know? Yeah. Yeah, like a vanilla remix coming now, next patch. Princess Dagger on Mage and Phase. Oh yeah. Yo, Fane. I was actually, you know, funnily enough, I was thinking like Now that I have a mage on Night Slayer, I could actually reach out to a bunch of people that I want to like want to do a little PvP this season. I got my stuff, dude. I did 5v5 last 2 weeks of the season. Got you, man. I'm on Night Slayer. Dude, that would be sick if you're down to do a little. I mean, it would realistically that it's coaching, TBH. Guys, I think there's a big skill discrepancy there. Could possibly be classified as a carry. The real laugh is Classic Plus. Have fun with it. Yeah. No, I'm so down. I really want to try PvP on the mage because in like the PTR for TBC release, it was so much fun playing mage. And I tried really hard to get into the rogue side of things, but it just didn't click for me, man. Bobka, yeah. Yeah, Bobka is also a nice server. Actually, there's so many people I know. There's so many people that I know on Night Slayer. It's actually kind of like refreshing. Because I've been playing on Dreamside actually, so like talking about this is kind of a tangent. Sorry, boys, with the questions in the chat. But I rolled on Dreamside at the beginning of TBC. And honestly, like, I kind of regret it. I think it was fun to play with like all the streamers, and there was like a whole community and everything. But I shouldn't have gone so hard on that server. I should have done both servers. Because I definitely missed out on playing with a lot of friends, and I think it tainted, not necessarily tainted, but it kind of like dampened my TBC experience. Because, you know, as soon as I turned off the stream, you know, people like kind of like log off of TBC PvE server. And it's not like that. There's so many people doing so much shit on Night Slayer. Mana back from the dagger? Yes. Yes, T-Brush. Specifically, Arcane Explosion procs per instance per target. So like, if you have a dagger, you press Arcane Explosion on 10 mobs, it could proc up to 10 times. Realistically, it procs once. Should have at least leveled Horde Dream Scythe with Crank. Yeah, I think I just commit too hard on one server, which is kind of like what I like to do. But man, like it's so crazy because I'm like playing on like Night Slayer Horde, and I'll just walk around the city and I'll be like, wait, I know this guy. I know this guy. I raided with him 3 years ago. Oh wait, what the hell? I raided with these guys in 29. Like I literally was running to fucking slave pens at level 70, and I got ganked by a bunch of like old grizzly people that I knew. I was like, wait, what the hell? Just coincidentally, like there's so many more encounters that I'm like familiar with the people, and it's nice. Just being like, yo, what's up, man? I feel like that's what WoW is always about. You know, having those sort of like, yo, like I didn't know you still played, kind of like Grizzly from Reddit. Yeah, it was like fucking Jipples. I got ganked by Jipples, man. Yeah. The only downside of playing on PvP servers is like sniping, but whatever, bro. Like I feel like I have other stuff to do, so if like I'm getting ganked on a character, it's like whatever. That's what Payo does, right? He just fucking he alt tabs. That's the tech. Alt tab to a different zone. Skip bosses in TK and go straight to KT after phase 3? Probably. It's definitely true for Vash, and if it's true for Vash, it should be true for KT. Still planning on playing Monsters Memories. We'll see what BlizzCon holds. Before I commit to Monsters and Memories, we need to see what BlizzCon is, because that's first. Like, if BlizzCon stealth releases Classic Plus, then no, I can't play Monsters and Memories, sadly. Due for a haircut? I know, dude. I know. My haircut, I actually have it scheduled. It's next week. I'll get a fresh haircut for BlizzCon. Is Zeiss going to be able to play Eminem? I don't know when GTA 6 is coming out. I don't know, Bev. I think our group is cooked, bro. Honestly, like, with BlizzCon timing, our group was so ready, and it would have been perfect if it launched at June 1st, like we thought it was going to. But, like, the whole October 1st launch is just fucking it up, dude. I don't think I'm even going to play. Like, I really want to, and I want to, like, degenerate game it up, you know, in Monsters and Memories, but I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to. Like, something is going to come out and it's going to be like, bro. Like, could you imagine, instead of, like, rotting off stream, I was just playing Monsters and Memories for like 3 months? God, I wish they just released it as it was. What's the add-on? It's actually not an add-on, Upper Decky. Just click edit mode. Oh, wait. Enable these action bars. You can enable up to 3 more, and then you can just move them with edit mode. I will say that's one thing that is really good about edit mode. You know, I have all the gripes with edit mode, like, especially the chat. I think it's also, like, pretty clunky. The raid frame situation is super clunky. But bars are better. I haven't done Ascension. Do you feel like you really want to play Eminem on release, or is it fine for you to play it later on when it suits you better? Thoughts on the Gauze leak? What are you typing right now? I feel like I think Eminem, Monsters and Memories, not the rapper boy. I think that it's timeless in, like, you can play it whenever. The thing that I really wanted, though, and what I've wanted like pretty much my whole life, is to play a game from scratch that people don't know about anything. Like, there's people that have beta tested, but the majority of people, like, are still figuring stuff out, and, like, they're releasing new stuff and changing stuff constantly. I think it's really cool. The idea of getting into a game on the ground floor and, like, fucking around on it is so much more appealing than, like, coming out like 2 years later, 2 years down the line, and just starting your own experience. Because I feel like I'm trying to be on, like, that cutting edge, you know? And so that's what I wanted for Monsters and Memories. But I think I still would play it in, like, 2 years. I just wouldn't get that experience that I would also have gotten if I played it on release. Like, I think it's super, super cool, the idea that there's not enough of, like, there's, like, no wiki for all the information. Like, you're just going to go out there and you're just going to kill a mob and it's going to drop an item nobody knew existed. And that idea is just so appealing. I feel like for me, it puts more weight into the journey. More like discovery. Yeah, Bev, I Well, shit gets data mined in the first 3 weeks and everything is solved again. But see, that's why I wanted to play on release. Because it's not data mined right away. And it's not on the wiki right away. And it's not on the fucking... There's no fucking M&M head, you know? I don't know, Pinocchio. Stream Eminem. I don't know if I'm going to play it. BlizzCon is in 3 weeks. Roughly. A little less now. Yeah, I read that for the Cargos leagues. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I feel like Cargos is always so doomer, you know, with like, I mean, do you guys like? I love Cargos, man, but sometimes he's like over the top doomer. He did the same thing with like Classic, you know, like when, which is warranted, honestly. Like he kind of like back in the day when Deviant Delight started, it was kind of like a thing because he's like, yeah, people just want an unchanged vanilla server. Like, please, Blizzard, stop fucking with this shit. And it's warranted because they're like, there's so much like client creep. Like as they update the game more and more, when they integrate their retail client more and more, things break, things change, and if it continues down this slope, this progression. You know, the classic 2019 already doesn't exist as it should have been preserved. It's this like weird version where like things shouldn't happen, but they do. Jumps are different, like evade spots are different, mob pathing behaviors, abilities, like there's so many things are so different at a mechanic and like fundamental like systems level that we got the dagger, boys. We got the dagger. On the 5th run, we're locked out. Look at that. Boom. We got the dagger. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. It was a great stream. We got what we accomplished. I will see you guys at BlizzCon. All right. What do we enchant this with? A little Sunfire? It's got to be Sunfire. I feel like if you're gonna use a Blade of Eternal Darkness, when do you ever cast anything except Arcane Explosion? Maybe a Flame Strike. I don't think I can afford, bro. I don't think I can afford that enchant. Oh, guys, I gotta farm some gold now. Void crystals are at an all-time peak, man. Why couldn't I do this shit 3 weeks ago when they were 7 gold, bro? There's no way. Spell power it is. Spell power it is. I can afford that enchant. Motes of Shadow? Oh, I bet, yeah. I bet it's contested, though. No? Surprised. You just go here? Or do you farm in, I think this is where I farm it. I don't... Hellfire. Oh. Void Ridge. I'm putting 40 spell power on this bad boy. Wait. Chat, what do you guys think? Should I put 30 int or 40 spell power? We like the int, I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Never went to Negrand? Yeah, I've never been to Negrand. What about... Nah, frick. Never mind. Oh! Dude! 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 I didn't even know I had these. Oh my god, I thought they were fucking 30 gold. I'm so scammed. It's not even that insane. Yesterday they were 30G. Frick. Okay. God, I still can't afford Sunfire. We're just gonna do major and dude. Did I have any large brills? I've one. Oh, I have to do my Spellcloth CD, dude. Oh, I could sell these right now. What do I have? 9 out of 10. Okay. We're so freaking back, dude. Be back in squad. Yo, Jazzernite, good morning. I log into TBC Anniversary and there's like no low-level BGs. What does this mean for Classic Plus in 2 to 3 years if Alliance keeps getting stomped at BGs? My mouse just died. I had to plug this bad boy in. I think that the reason low-level BGs don't exist... Okay. This is a tinfoil theory here. It's not because Alliance get killed. It's because people are boosting. And there's no real reason for them to level a character naturally anymore from level 1. Because there are a lot of VGs queuing in the 60 bracket. 60 to 69 has PvP every day, all day. Also, I played some 19 twin characters and BGs do pop. What is wrong with my mouse, bro? Why is it so fast? There we go. What is going on? Okay, there we go. Shit, guys. Let me get this enchant done. Yeah, T-Brush, I made a level 19 twink with some friends. We've been doing that for fun. Carrying better? Yeah. But the question is, do I have Kara Ring? Friendly. Look at that. All right, dude. We got the dagger. The real question, guys, I got a merciless dagger, but I didn't enchant it because I'm a little bit unsure about what weapon I'm supposed to be using. Because in my head, I don't need the hit chance. So I'm like looking for non-hit weapon, you know? Mara daggers for Hyjal. Try to get Fang. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing tier 5. I would love him at a Nexus key, but it hasn't dropped for me. Seen one Fang. Yeah. Dude, I need to farm some gold, but I guess I don't. I need to clear my inventory is what I need to do. The dagger? I'm using the dagger for Hyjal. Mail these off to my hunter. And then I guess I'm just gonna use the bombas. MBs. Yeah, for Hyjal trash. Yeah, exactly. I'll probably sell these free action pots. Oh my god, good investment. Dude, I've been holding these fabs since vanilla when they were like 1 gold. I think they've been the same fabs in my inventory. Oh wow, I have so many. Why do I have just been carrying 7 free action pots forever? Also, I feel like I could just delete this guy. I'm not gonna keep that, bro. Put these in the bank because I don't want to get rid of them. So I'll just put this merciless dagger with my other PvP gear. Are we gonna be able to turn in, guys? Are we gonna be able to turn in our tier 5 token for PvP gear? I hope so. do a little organization stream here, boys. This can go back in the bank. Oh, this should have gone in the bank. Shit. See if that sells. Hopefully, guys, have you guys all leveled your engineering for Mother Shiraz? I hope so. Oh, we love this. We love this price. We pop in some major manas on Hyjal Trash here tomorrow. I just leveled my energy on this character. Dude. Shit is expensive on the server. It hurt my soul to buy a stack of like adamantite bars for like 100 gold. 120 gold for a stack of bars. It's not even like outrageously priced. It just feels bad. Cause like in classic, what, you buy like a stack of thorium for like 15, 20 G? I could just put this shit in the bank, dude. PvP gear. This guy. Holy. We keep that on ourselves at all time. All right. The trinket collection looks good. We got boots. Very nice. Should buy some light feathers. Guys, we're doing a little T6 prep stream here. Tomorrow we're doing 15 hours of Hyjal farm. Get exalted, get rich, and then I can PvP for the rest of the phase until BlizzCon. That's the tech. That's the plan. Should I go do these quests? I feel like that could be tech. We go do some quests for some gold. Yeah. Solo farm? No. I'm not gonna solo it. I'm gonna be doing like a 6-man, I think. I don't know how good it's gonna be because we didn't do it on the PTR or anything. We honestly, I thought of it too late, but I was like, maybe we test it out to see if it's even viable. But I want to try. I want to just try and see how it is. And if it's good, we're gonna do it. Because guys, Mark of Illidari, haste potions, destruction potions, flasks. This shit is gonna go nuts next week. How are you going to get rich? Yeah, through Mark of Illidari and Heart of Darkness. That's the tag. That's the plan. So spice some of these up too. Damn, this shit is expensive right now, man. Pretty normal? Yeah, maybe. I thought I bought them in like 3G yesterday. Buy it on the worst day? Yeah. I mean, forgot, man. It'll be more expensive tomorrow. So yeah, I'm not gonna go too hard on that. If anything, like, I probably don't need an elixir of Drainic Wisdom. Hopefully. Hopefully I can just use like Adept Elixir. Oh, nice. Two of these. Some of these. Oh yeah. We love the Spirit Scrolls. Greater Int if they're cheap. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So I think I just fill my inventory up with mana pots. What is this? Okay. Little feather moment. What setup would you use for a 5-man Hyjal? I think I would do Warlock, Shaman Healer, Paladin. Ideally. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned that Mage is going to run That's why I actually got the Blade of Eternal Darkness. Not Priest Healer. Well, if you're trying to underman, like, what is a Priest doing that a Shaman can't? Actually, I would argue Shaman is better for AoE farming, because let's say, what totem are you using? You just chuck down a Magma Totem, and you're going to do 500 DPS with your Magma Totem during the entire time while you're healing. and you're still able to heal everybody. You can chain heal all of the fucking things. Yeah, but you don't need magic dispel for Hydel trash. Because realistically, you're gonna stop before the necro waves. You know, I'm gonna be dual boxing 2 mages because I have 2 level 70 mages, and that'll be cool. No way, Salt. Did you level the druid just for herbalism? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That is unfortunate. My friend also talked about how it like they just stealth dropped a patch and it just killed herbalism. Like Netherbloom prices went from like 10G to 4G or something. All right, let's fill up our inventory a little bit here on some mana potions. They're ghetto mana pots, but hey, it's a gold farm at the end of the day. This shit is cheap. 30 silver a potion. We love that. The real question is how many? That's I guess all of them. Were there still 5 stack? Yeah, everything except for the Destro and Haze spots are 5 still. You're gonna take a 5-man and from the first couple waves. Yeah, so like that's kind of what I was thinking, Pine Orange. Like, I think if you're gonna low man it with like 5 people, you need to try really hard. You need to try really hard, or you're just gonna be slow. And like, there's nothing wrong with being slow, but it's just gonna lower your possible gold. So like, you know, if you like 5-man, maybe you get like 5 hearts an hour or something. Apparently the first wave, like wave 1 of Hydel, doesn't even give anything. You don't get rep or loot from the first wave of Hydel. So you need to kill at least 2 waves. And that means that if you have a 5-man and you can't kill like wave 3, for example, because there's too many Crypt Fiends, then you're only getting 50% efficiency per mob kill, and you have to reset every second wave, so you have a lot of extra movement. And so the more waves you can do, the more efficient your group is. On the flip side, the more people you have, the more split the gold is. I think the sweet spot is probably somewhere around 7 to 8 people, or 7 to 8 characters. Like for me, I can play 2 characters, but I'm going to get 1 split. And then we have another guy who's playing 2 characters, going to get 1 split. So we're going to split 5 ways, but have 7 characters, which I think is ideal. You want like that extra bit of juice to get you through to wave 3 and 4. Also, Crypt Fiends and Necros have better loot table for the drops that you're looking for, which are hearts and even the epics and stuff. Like, it's just a better loot table. Be right back 1 sec, boys. Doesn't SSETK give marks? Yeah, SSETK is giving marks, supposed to be giving marks, I guess starting Thursday. But there's no Heart of Darkness, and the trash in tier 5 is kind of harder to farm, honestly, than Hyjal. Like, what are you going to kill? Like, lurker trash? What are you going to 5-man lurker trash? That sounds miserable. Dude, I spent so much gold on engineering. I'm so sad. I ended up spending yesterday. I spent 500 or maybe 600 gold leveling engineering, and because I was already halfway there, it was like 280, and then another 600 gold on rocket boots. Are you gonna play Classic Plus Hardcore if that becomes a thing? I don't know. Probably. Why rocket boots? Uh, you can just blink, but you want rocket boots to be safe. Up to Den of Delights ID. That would be ideal, honestly. But the problem is, oh, man. I really want I want the guild to do a run like next week or something, if possible, to do a run where like you clear up to Mother and then you leave the ID and people can come back in. The people who joined the run can come back in and farm Mother trash, because I want rings, man, and I'm not going to get rings if we're not farming trash. And farming Digentis trash is so much worse for it. I want some rings, man. Like, it's so... Those rings are so sick. It's like 2% haste. $31 haste rating, dude. And it's so much... For PvP, this is insane. Also, you get gems from trash. Like, it's so good. Yeah, I told T, I wish, man. Doing some BT trash farm sounds nice right about now. It's pretty brainless. Like, I remember doing the BT trash farm last TBC, and it gets old pretty quick. Like, you spend an hour in there, and your brain is just rotting. Spirit weapon? What do you mean a spirit weapon? You talking about like an evocation? You want int nowadays. It's I mean, I have an old, like a classic evocation staff, but it doesn't work like that anymore because it's intellect based, not spirit based. Oh, innervate. I mean, that's kind of cool. Yeah, but I feel like innervate caps my mana already with my gear. Don't really need a spirit weapon. Like mage gear has so much spirit on it. I don't have a nexus key, but I think that has spirit on it too. What about... Oh my god, guys. Freaking Zardoom could happen tomorrow, guys. No, I'm not ready until what? Sunday? Explain consumables? I'm not the guy to ask, bro. I've been playing Arcane Mage for 2 days slash Blade. I just buy shit and I pop it and I press 2. Simple as that. Your int isn't too crazy on the PTR. You're like 14k mana. Like raid buffs or something? Like I don't get how you'd have more int than me by that much. Maybe if you have kings. If you have kings and like Mark of the Wild and fucking Trainic Elixir or something. Apparently Tempest of Chaos is supposed to be really good for mage. Guys, is there a prio for Zardoom or Tempest? Not sure why, but Arcane just always sounds less interesting than Frost or Fire. I mean, at the end of the day, they're one button. Tempest and Offhand is better. Okay. Sims, it's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be bad. Haste is bad as a mage, to be honest. Too much haste and your CDs are useless. Yeah, honestly, like I've kind of felt it. When I was playing my alt mage, which is a troll, I get capped. I get like GCD capped. My Arcane Blast is faster than my GCD. Which is weird. It's weird having that much haste. But it's only sometimes. I think it's if Quags procs. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You could stagger them. All right. Let's boot up the factory. Ah. Ah. Yeah, I'm going BlizzCon. I'm gonna do a little bit of blasting. The rogue is retired. I'm pretty much retired on Dream Scythe. I'm just gonna chill on Night Slayer for up until BlizzCon, then we'll see what's up. Show gear. All right. This character dinged 670 like 3 weeks ago, so we got pretty lucky on gear so far. Scuffed bracers, but I'm getting some. Hopefully tomorrow I can just craft Swift Strike. So whatever. Are these guys from Classic? We got this, and we got this guy. Pretty geared. We're pretty geared. Now I don't have like Gauntlets of the Sun King or off piece. But that just means I get it in tier 6. It's pretty good gear. The only thing I'm really missing, I got Cloak yesterday and I got Serpent Coil yesterday. So I'm just missing Wand, Offhand, Bracer, Ring, maybe Boots, maybe Gloves. But these are like minor. These are really minor. Tier 6 legs is Abyss. Maybe I can get tier 6 legs then. No, it's Mage, Druid, Rogue. I'm not proud on that for sure. Sextant. I feel like Sextant is good for... Probably good for AE spam, like AoEing, but... I actually figured out yesterday, I realized, or I didn't realize, like I was looking into like AE cap, and Arcane Explosion caps at like much higher mobs than Seed of Corruption. I didn't realize how OP Arcane Explosion was. If the data that I was reading was correct and it caps at 10,000 damage for Arcane Explosion, then I need like 14 mobs to cap with my current gear. But Warlock needs... But Warlock has a 13k cap and caps at like 9 or 10 mobs in this current level of gear. 2 ranks of Flame Strike dots OP. You know, guys, this time around in this TBC, ground effects are affected by the AoE cap. Did you know that? It wasn't like that last time. Flame Strike is AoE capped on ground effect. Consecration is AoE capped. Explosive Trap is AoE capped. And I don't remember that happening. It's just a new feature. Yes, they are AoE capped in this. It's been AoE capped since TBC launch, and I don't think anybody's noticed. Like, I don't get it. I've seen my consecrations go down in effectiveness. Happened with anti-boosting changes? Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or just happened, but it's definitely a thing. Maybe the bots are abusing it. Well, I mean, I don't think it matters if it was being abused. It's just different. Like, you could say that like mages abused AoE farming in Classic, but like that's just how the design of the classes was, so it just got changed. I think it's weird to nerf Flame Strike, the gold farm bot. Yeah, but like you don't just change how classes work to fight bots. Like that doesn't make any sense. I think it's feature creep. I think so too. I think it's just an overlooked change that nobody really made a big fuss about, because at the end of the day, it's not that serious. But the ground effects, I will say those ground effects are capped at a pretty high level. I don't know what it's capped at, but I've seen my consecration ticks change. And I've also seen flame strike capped. You know, funnily enough, Ham Vodka, I get more bored of raid logging in hardcore World of Warcraft than normal WoW. Because hardcore facilitates a gameplay loop where at the end of the day, you're supposed to just log off and protect your character, then play. But in the real game version, you're incentivized to go use your gear doing dumb shit. Like, all right, I'm going to go pull a bunch of mobs and AoE them. I don't care if I die. You know, like, you just try to push your boundaries, and pushing your boundaries in hardcore is dangerous and unsafe, and it's a risk to your character. And I find that the long term of playing hardcore creates like this weird, like, you only play with people that you deem are worthy, and you like fucking only do things that your character needs, and like there's some people that don't do that, but at the end of the day, most people play like that, and it's just like not fun to do that. So I prefer playing non-hardcore, honestly. Like, a hardcore is cool for the challenge, but outside of challenge, it's not cool, in my opinion. Damn, 60G right there. Let's go. Now, I think hardcore is cool for a game mode that hasn't been completed in hardcore, or a, like, you know, leveling challenge, like replayability through the content. But I'm definitely not one of those people that sits there and wants to play hardcore every day. Miss OnlyFans? Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think anyone who streams WoW would miss OnlyFans. Because OnlyFans is bigger than OnlyFans. Like, I think it's very rare to get a bunch of new, like, faces into WoW streaming. And it's really fun to interact with people like that. Like, Soda's a genius for putting OnlyFans on, honestly. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I'm hoping that there's like some Classic Plus OnlyFans that comes out one day, you know? The fuck? There's something like under my spacebar. It's like the case is... Guys, I got a new keyboard. My A key was breaking on the last one. Yeah, Wu-Tang keyboard, yep. Which is cool. It's kind of cool having, like, I remapped my caps lock to be like an extra modifier. So I'm using some buttons here. I was messing around with, like, it's kind of nice, man. Yeah, the Wu-Tang keyboard. Only things would be cool in softcore where you'd have to lead the raid if you died. I still think that OnlyFans, the idea of a non-hardcore World of Warcraft OnlyFans could be really cool. And I know a lot of people are like, well, the appeal of OnlyFans is like laughing at dumb streamers die. But there's also an appeal, I think, of seeing a bunch of streamers together in the game that you like. And if everybody's having fun, I don't think it matters if it's on, you know, hardcore or not. Hardcore is just a way to create more meaning out of like really what is meaningless content. Like find something more meaningless than like molten core. In classic World of Warcraft to this day and age, like molten core is so fucking easy. So like I think it's necessary in that sense. But if you brought a bunch of idiots into like unnerfed tier 6 and you let Tyler 1 lead, and then at the end of the day he logged in and he did some fucking 2v2 with sun glitters, like I think that has the same appeal that hardcore does. Like that would be such good content. So I still think like there's so much, and a lot of those people come from PvP games, like all of the League streamers. I think it would be interesting to see how they adapt and look at like PvP in WoW, because it's fucking really sweaty, bro. Like it's extremely sweaty. Streamers just don't hang out. Yeah, that is definitely true. Like you need to create something more fleeting when it comes to streamers, because they're gonna fall off. Yo, what's up, Peter? Saying, yo, just got 2 Blade of Eternal Darknesses today. Both mages have it now. Ready for Hyjal. Do you see Classic Plus being able to work for hardcore as Soda's expecting / waiting for OnlyFans? Maybe. Like, I would be concerned about a hardcore... I would be concerned about a hardcore Classic Plus, because number one, like I would want to play non-hardcore before touching hardcore. Like there's no way that you bring in people that have never done the content and you don't know what's next in a hardcore scenario. Like imagine you're getting in and you walk into hardcore raid and they put fucking Cthulhu in front of you and your raid is stacked and then he I-beams you and you all die. You know, like there's stuff that you need to know before going into the fight if it's hardcore. You can't just walk into Cthulhu's room first try and be like, oh well, our whole raid wiped to GG. That's so like anyone who's gonna do hardcore is gonna at least watch or research the fights from non-hardcore first. And if that's the case, like I would want them to be, you know, like, yeah, like, I don't know. So yes, it would work, but like you'd have to do the new content first or research it. I think only things pioneering new hardcore is probably infinite content. What is new hardcore? Leveling 3 counts? I'm just playing 3 counts, yeah, but I'm not leveling. Just doing quests for gold. I'm just doing like brainless gameplay. I'm just... I have my dudes on follow and I just press 2. Very similar prep to Psalm. Yeah, well that's... It would be. It would be. But in Psalm, we were like 4 weeks late to do the content. It's kind of lame. No, I'm just tabbing. So yeah, in that sense, it would work. Like you could do hardcore classic plus, but you know, it depends on how hard the content is as well. Like if they bring out and it's like actual progression, it's going to be much more exciting. If they come out and it's like molten core, then it's going to just be easy as, you know, whatever. It's just going to be easy. And if it's easy, then it's hardcore viable. If it's too hard, then it's probably not hardcore viable. I think that there's a nice balance to strike where the content is easy enough to be like classic gameplay, but at least have some depth to it. Like, I want more fights like Four Horsemen. I want more fights like Kel'Thuzad, where there's like a lot going on, but it's not necessarily like too crazy. Because those fights are like viable in hardcore. I don't know what Scarlet Enclave, like I know that Scarlet Enclave exists, but I don't know any of the fights in it. So with all that being said though, like I would be down to do hardcore, but I would want them to like separate it. Oh, that's a pretty good boot. Like I'd want them to come out with like hardcore 6 months after, like in the Jordy podcast, he said something like this, like basically have hardcore WoW as like a filler in the downtime between patches. That's when it comes out. And then you stagger the release in a way that like, let's say if Classic Plus is on phase 3, hardcore is maybe on phase 1. So you have like, it's just 2 builds behind or something. Or, you know, like 6 months of progression behind so that there's no like bugs in the new content. There's no, you know, like people know the strategy for stuff. So it's less, I think that's like more hardcore viable. Started playing hardcore, you can't go back to softcore, it's too boring. Yeah, I've made it full circle and now I think hardcore is boring. I feel like hardcore, I mean, I said this earlier, it just breeds it breeds a gameplay loop that ends up with you not playing the game. Like the day-to-day is just you not playing. Like, you don't mess around on hardcore. You don't just play casually. And I think that's what like WoW is best at, is playing casually and just logging in and doing anything you want, talking to friends, and then logging off. And I feel like hardcore is not conducive to that gameplay. Let's go do that. Hardcore is just leveling. Exactly. That's how I see it too. It's a leveling thing. I'd rather level hardcore than softcore, but endgame I'd rather play softcore. In every game I play hardcore, I only play hardcore from the rip, no research, and I'd rather prefer that option here. I mean, you can still do that, but I don't think most people are like that, bro. Like, imagine, like, hardcore PoE, you go in with no information and you just die over and over and you keep dying. Like, it's not fun, man. And so what I'm saying that, like, you wanting to play no research hardcore, I think is like an omega outlier. And so while I'm coming at it from a streamer perspective, I think that's... Why should hardcore release cater to people who want to research everything first? I just think it's healthier for the game. Like, why shouldn't they? Why should they cater to the opposite side? I don't think it's even a question. Like, I don't even think this is a consideration. Like, are the people going to research or not want to research? Because at the end of the day, you will research. Most people will. I think that there's also something cool about playing hardcore on no research, though, is you're like really thinking about what could happen. But I think that the punishments in WoW specifically are too high for a knowledge check. I think that there could be some middle ground for something like, let's say Classic Plus came out and there was like a middle ground of hardcore and softcore where you die and you lose XP or something. Like, you die in something, so there's some punishment that's less delete your character, but more than a 3-minute run back. Like, that's kind of what EverQuest has. So you die and you drop your corpse on the ground. You res at your bind location. You have to recover your corpse naked. And so WoW innovated on that by reducing the punishment, and that's what made it so popular, I think. Like, they kind of brought it to a new audience, a less hardcore audience. And now we're seeing people want that kind of weight behind player death nowadays, and it like brings you back into the mindset of, I think, immersion more. So I think there's definitely some development that could happen along the side of, like, why are people so attracted to one life? what are they actually getting out of this? And I think that the answer is immersion. It's the idea that every second you're playing your character, something could happen, and so you should be aware of your surroundings. That you could make a mistake and it could be catastrophic. And having that weight to every decision you make is, I think, puts you so deep into the game. It pulls you so deep into the game that you're really immersed. And so, while I think hardcore is fun, I wish that there was a mode that was in between, honestly. Because it's like, especially with raiding, you know what I would love? I would love for some sort of like hardcore version of the game where you level hardcore and most of the times you're hardcore, but you're allowed to make some mistakes in like raids. You're allowed to some form of leeway so that you can learn on that game mode, or you can play more aggressively on that game mode without it just being like you have to solve everything offline before you play. So like if you died, you got like a 24-hour like res sick or something like stupid. I don't know. Like I don't know how you would do it, but yeah. Each time you die, you lose an item. Yeah, something could be really interesting. I mean, I don't know what it would be. Yeah, I think there's definitely, when we were talking about this a long time ago, like a really like years ago, I thought that the idea of hardcore WoW development, like let's say in my head, the next step of hardcore WoW would be your characters figuring out a way to resurrect a little bit. Like we were talking about, some people might remember this, epic quest lines like Rocktalar and Benediction. And then if you did some form of like epic quest chain involving like Resto Druid, like you're a druid and you do your quest chain, you unlock like a finite number of reses. Like you can cast rebirth 3 times in your character's life. Some sort of way that you can bring back characters, like it reduces the punishment, because I think it's so severe late game that it's like that's what pushes a lot of people away. Or so like allow somebody like some warlock to cast Soulstone, and you give it a finite amount of resources. You can't just Soulstone everybody, right? But like that kind of idea, Yo, thank you, Northern Light. Appreciate it, man. Feel like it would be kind of like cheating if I could res 3 times. Yeah, I mean, I just think hardcore is it's too much in my opinion. It's too much. People would buy res for money through Discord. Oh, you should ban arm tiers. Game not designed for as simple as, yeah, exactly. I agree to that, and I think that's like the idea of like some sort of medium core. Like I know Terraria, like when I played Terraria, it was like soft core, medium core, hardcore, and medium core would drop your items on the ground, like Minecraft. And I think that there could be some merit there where like you create some new system that bridges the gap between softcore and hardcore that still brings people weight to their everyday decisions without destroying your entire experience on one mistake. Like it could literally be like in EverQuest you lose a lot of XP for dying. Like you could de-level or something, and then you can't wear your gear because you de-leveled. You know, I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways you could take it. You could be locked out of raids. You could be fucking, your account gets banned for fucking a week because you died in game. You know, like whatever it is, there's a lot of different ways you could approach it. You know, you could get a coward debuff and then you just can't do, like, you have to be like online for 24 hours before it goes away. Hated that in EverQuest. Yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't really know what it would be, because there's nothing in my head, there's nothing like so significant that I'd be like, wow, that was really shit. That you wouldn't like be able to kind of outsmart. Death penalties aren't the issue. I think that they are. Like, what I'm saying, Leaf, I understand that you're like advocating not to do like EverQuest, right? I get it. I mean, the problem is that what do you do to bring weight to your character's actions without deleting your character? You know? Right, like, run back is good enough for you. I mean, yeah, but that's not really changing anything, right? That's just softcore World of Warcraft, which is good by itself, right? But there's a reason that people are flocking to hardcore, you know, on and off. And I think it's because of the weight, right? So that's the whole premise of this conversation, guys, is to figure out like what is like a non-deletion approach. Gear only takes damage when you die and it cannot be repaired. Ooh. That's kind of... I kind of like that, actually. Because that means that your really bis items, like, you're trying not to die. Like, you're really... I kind of like that idea. You remove your like combat rotting of gear, and you remove repairing as a gold sink. Because that's all it is, I feel like. And so you can't like nuke like zerg down shit. Add like a really expensive way to repair. Yeah, maybe like a super expensive way to repair gear. I kind of like that. I actually really like that idea. That's smart. But see, that's what I mean. We're like, and then you could tune it in a way where maybe like 5 deaths equals an item breaks. Yeah. 5 deaths is an item break. Yeah. Because normally it's 10, right? That's having the time. Last with the, yeah, I actually think that's sick. Rolling need for my 3rd backup. It's fine, because loot drama is what keeps people going. There's no loot drama and there's no raid drama. Why are people playing the game, dude? Just leads to item hoarding. Yeah, I'm not really sure about the consequences of the system, but I like where it's going. Make items unique. Yeah, you could just make all items unique, you know? Make every item in the game unique, so you can't get duplicates. No? Why is that horrible? Wait, why is it horrible to not get uniques? I feel like that's so niche. Like, that only really applies to people who want dual wielding on the same weapon or like second enchant. Unique 3? Bro, that's too much. You shouldn't have 3 of every item. You could even fit that in your bank. Like, you'd have 1 set of gear with 3. Every game that does that feels obnoxious. Why? I mean, like, why is it obnoxious? I feel like that's I feel like that's so obscure. I'm trying to think of like how many times I have duplicate items, and it's for double enchants mostly. Lose the gear slot. Like, your character loses your arm forever and you can only have 1 wrist equipped. Oh wait, in EQ you have 2 wrists. In WoW you'd lose your bracer forever. You could never equip another bracer, so your character's scarred for life. I feel like that would lead to a lot of people being like, this is not fun because my character is now weaker than everybody else. I feel like you shouldn't get... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't want people to like permanently lose things on their character in a medium core sense. I feel like that just leads to people re-rolling. And I don't think that's a good system, because if it leads the player to remake their character, I don't think that's good. Repairing requiring actually good items. Yeah, I could see that too, where like it's more substantial to die because repairing is very costly. So like you're trying to live your best life and never die. And just have it like a mode. You'd have a server like that. I think that's, dude, you know what I want? I want the development, and this is never going to happen. I want the development of WoW to be like less serious. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Blizzard is in a position where they don't take risks, but it also means they don't develop anything innovative. Like, there's no like, oh, let's try to facilitate what people love to do. No, they're just going to release a new patch. You know, and like, I think we're going in that direction where there's been more like innovation. But I want like just throw something in there, man. Like throw like this, you know, this idea like we're talking about, right? But it's never going to happen. That kind of thing would just never happen, even though I think that there's a lot of like good ideas there. I don't think it would ever get touched. God, I'm being so brain dead, bro. Arcane exploding a single target. I'm just being lazy. Comes down. Nah, I mean that's. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's more like a corporate structure issue. Like, I think I agree with Mystigo where like I definitely like the idea of facilitating. I was on Jordy's podcast the other day, the like last week, and I talked about this idea where like I really want Blizzard in Classic Plus, where my one hope for Classic Plus is that Blizzard tries to facilitate guild village structures. And I'm sure you guys know what I mean, where you have like this guild and you know, you have your guild enchanter and you have your guild blacksmith and you have the guy in your guild who's Timbermaw revered who can give you your Agi enchant. And you have like, you know, the guy who's always on and down to help. And you have like, you know, there's like a bunch of different archetypes, I guess, but I think it comes down to like facilitate that kind of stuff, facilitate interactions outside of raiding that brings people together in that kind of way. And what we talked about and what I brought up was like the idea that raid upgrades shouldn't just be like vendor items. You shouldn't get a token and then you go to a vendor and you magically get a tier 3 item. And so what I was talking about was like having some sort of like upgrade where you get like regular quests from the raid. You know, let's say for, you know, I don't know. You get a fucking a couple the different ideas of like an Oni neck or something, but instead of just going to the vendor and turning it in, you have to like complete a quest chain and you have to go do Ubers with your guild and you have to do like a hard mode boss like Valthalak. Just throw in like some group content for like raid quests. You know, require blacksmith item for a tier token and they, you know, like you need an enchanter to fucking bless your shit, you know. You'll not get what you want and that's it. I mean, I think it's still worth talking about what you want. Even if like Blizzard at the end of the day does whatever they want, I think having community ideas floating around helps spark developers' idea of what people are interested in. Really like in Classic how you need to go into dungeons to craft some potions and whatnot. Like, I actually agree. Like Dark Iron is a good example of this, where you have to go smelt your Dark Iron. The amount of times I've gone in with a guild group to go smelt Dark Iron or like go clear Incendius so we can craft like a Sulfuron hammer or something. Play an actual good game. All right, what are we playing? We're playing Monsters and Memories. Frick, my water bottle is so far away, man. I need to get 45 Netherwing eggs. Need to find a way to make actual gamers start making games again. Um, yeah. Yeah, we kind of do, man. It feels like the people who work on WoW, do you think they still play a lot of WoW? I feel like thinking about it, I imagine that they just very casually play. I feel like that's what made classic WoW so insane, was the passion behind like making a game that the devs wanted to know life. Like, we need some degenerates making some games, bro. Yeah, like Path of Exile, exactly. No, sorry, Grant. Can't be. All right, we're moving to the other mage. 15 more eggs coming up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I was gonna mention that, Mystigo, the whole like Steve Jobs quote, you know? I think that's why I was so excited about Monsters and Memories. I feel like I unfortunately do think that Monsters and Memories is like it's such a good game, but I feel like the devs, or at least I think that the leader kind of like squandered the hype. And I feel like hype is so necessary to get the games like off the ground nowadays. I feel like it sucked. But I get why they moved up the date. They only spent 200K on making it, so it's really indie. It's hard. Yeah. Well, you know, I do sympathize with that development team being like very indie and very small, like homegrown gamer made game. But bro, they have so much feature bloat already. I think that they're shooting themselves in the foot so much. Like having player housing in game with no layers, and then having lag problems because of it, so they need to like upgrade server like shit, and then like and then like because they have to do all that, they're not ready for their release, they push it back. Like it's them shooting themselves in the foot, like trying to do too many different things at once. I swear. Like just they're trying to be Cheesecake Factory, bro. They should make a fucking burger joint. You know. Now I think that there's definitely some like cool ideas there though. Like I want them to succeed. That's my biggest worry, is that they're trying to do too many different things and it's gonna pull them apart. Like trying to do player housing. Yeah. And the thing is, it's like not instanced on, like there's no instances in the world. There's no layers. So like the scalability is the real problem. There must be a good reason why nobody else has it without instances. That's literally exactly what I'm saying, bro. They want to appeal Classic Plus to China and retail players, not us. I mean, look, I'm going to say this, but I think that the Chinese WoW audience is ahead of the fucking game. I think playing Titanforge for a little bit, Chinese WoW was fucking sick. Yeah, it's pay to win. But all of you fuckers want pay to win. Don't lie to me. Don't even try to lie to me, okay? They love pay to win, okay? They love it, and I know you guys too. I know you guys do too. No, don't say no, because yeah, there's some people in the chat that don't like pay to win, but at the end of the day, so many of you fucks in the chat are gonna pay to win. I don't like it, but that's the reality of today, okay? Look, I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying, and I'm not rage baiting you guys so that you stop working and you type in my chat. But like, I bet right now, half of the viewers have bot gold. And if that's not telling, I don't know what the fuck is. Half of the people in this chat have bot gold, and they're not ashamed of it, okay? And that's just the fucking truth. Welcome to 2026 anniversary WoW. People pay to skip grind. It's no surprise. Chinese WoW client just does it out in the open. And there's no like under the table bullshit. Blizzard just gets the proceeds for you cheating in the game, and then they don't have to ban you, okay? That's like, why can't we do that? Everybody's already cheating. Can we just embrace it? Yeah, how many of you guys have bought a character boost, guys? Hey, have you guys bought a boost in Anniversary TBC? I hate pay to win, but I did buy the boost because that saved me some time. Fuck off, dude. You little freaks. Okay? You know, I would love for two versions of the game to exist. One Chinese WoW version, where it's out in the open pay to win, just like they have in Titanforge. It's fine. That's the reality, okay? They're living in reality, we're living in the past, okay? And then another version where it's not allowed, and then you can truly live in the past. And then there's no gold buying. It's very punished. And there's no boosts, and there's no fucking easy mode. It's all hard, okay? Isn't... And you know what? You know what? What is my quest trying to get me to do? What the fuck is it trying to get me to do? I'm lost. I'm gonna have to read the quest text, dude. My questy, dude. What? I don't know what to do, man. I have to read? Hold on, let me ask Grok. This is, I forgot how to read recently. Where do I go to kill Wind Trader Mareed? Travel to Proctor at Watch Post. That doesn't fucking help me, bro. Lure him away from his trading post. Your AI reads. Can someone AI this for me, dude? Fuck. I bought the boost, but I would have preferred if they did 100% XP gain at TBC for the pre-patch. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's in the quest giver area. Bro. There? Oh, you're right. There he is. There he is. But yeah, so like that's my ideal is that there's two versions of the game. One where pay to win is out in the open and people just actually do whatever the fuck they want. GDKP is enabled and it's just like a for fun server and you get to play for fun. And if you want to pay money to skip the grind, then fucking do it and pay the people who make the game. And then they can keep developing it. And then that's where Blizzard will actually be like, wait a second, Classic is real because we're getting the money that the gold sellers used to get. And then we'll get real features. Think about that, guys. Real features being new mounts from the store. Yeah. But no, like that's honestly, when I was playing on the Titanforge servers, like it was kind of nice, honestly. How much, like they actually had such a more active development like presence in the Chinese WoW servers than they do in the WoW like current servers. And it's obviously just because like they're more important, they make more money. But like they're making balance changes weekly. Can you imagine that? Like they're updating and like releasing content and they're making new shit and they're releasing all this like they're like addressing active problems in the server. Yeah, it's not a skeleton crew because they make the real fucking money because they bring in the microtransaction bucks. So like, yeah, we gotta learn something, man. The Chinese WoW 10-cent production, not Blizzard. Well, yes, there's, I don't know if it's 10 cent, but there's, the idea is that there's, now correct me if I'm wrong, guys. There's like Blizzard, and then there's the Chinese company, maybe it's like I don't know what, like what is it, 10 cent? I don't know. But like these guys have a feedback, like they feedback with each other. This guy says, I want X. And then Blizzard makes X and gives it to them. NetEase. But you see how this works? So like this group that owns this version of the distribution kind of directs Blizzard, and then Blizzard develops it for them. That's the idea that I have in my head of what they do. And I'm pretty sure that's like, I remember when I was talking to some people that were working on like free labor. Well, Blizzard surely has like some sort of a deal with them where they get some share of the money. Yeah, so like, yeah, they have like NetEase developers probably, and then, but I think they also just have Blizzard developers that they give, like they pretty much like outsource the developers from Blizzard, and then they work under their direction. I doubt people would play on the pay-to-win server if there are non-pay-to-win servers. I think it would be the other way around. I think it would be the other way around. Genuinely. I think most people want pay-to-win nowadays. And you know, it's the same argument that people use. It's funny, the same argument that people use, like, the player base is growing up, right? No new players are still here. I think the longer that this goes on, the more pay-to-win WoW will be, because people are truly growing up and they have more disposable income and they have less time. And so the natural evolution of that premise of having more money and less time means you pay more to save your time. It's just gonna happen. And so if you assume WoW isn't bringing anybody new, the longer we play WoW, the more pay to win it should get to accommodate the player base. No? And I do think that there's a lot of people, even people who are old, who do like non-pay to win games because they are truly, in my opinion, it's more authentic and it's a better experience. I think that in my ideal World of Warcraft, I'm not a developer and I am not the company fucking dude, but like I think that the gold buyers should be permanently banned and they should never exist, and bots should just be fucking shut down at the source. Like hire people so it's an actual fucking war against bots, not this like bullshit where like they like ban bots after a month, you know? So like truly fight against it so that there's more resistance for the botters. And that would be my dream WoW, is like you can't cheat, you can't skip, and you can't pay to win. But you know, if we're not going to get that, I think this is the conclusion. One layer servers? Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I also agree with one layer. I think servers should, I don't know. I think that they should definitely look into the idea of, or like, you know, innovating server technology to be able to handle more players in certain locations at once, such that you can up the world bountiful like value, right? Like mob respawn timers, herb respawn timers, you know, NPC respawns, like all of this stuff. It should just be faster, and then there should be as little layers as possible, ideally one. So that's like definitely another thing that I think would be sick if they could figure out. Also, layers are so bad right now, guys. Have you been playing Night Slayer or Dream Scythe? Layers on WoW are so much worse than they used to be in terms of like being able to transverse layers. It's so obfuscated right now. Like, you'll get invited to a group and then they will layer. The person who did the inviting layers to your layer and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Or like you'll just be on, you'll just exist and you'll log over to your character, you'll DC, come back, you're on a different layer. You swap characters, you're on a different layer. You zone into an instance, zone out, you're on a different layer. Like, it's just, you're layer swapping and your character like prefers to be on a very specific, like, I am, layer 2 is my home, and when I log in, I love layer 2. Even though I was just on layer 1 20 seconds ago, I'm a layer 2 boy. And that's just like how it works now, and it's really weird. It doesn't feel good. That's the conclusion I'm making. It doesn't feel good right now. Is it because otherwise it gets abused? Well, it still gets abused. It's just different now. That's all. Nothing's changed except for the fact that the way you have to abuse it is slightly different. So I don't think that it's likely that Blizzard made the change in an attempt to be like, yeah, we fixed layer abuse. I think it's more likely that they're trying out systems to improve layering, and they're iterating on layers, and the current iteration is ass. And I think that's the most likely scenario that we're in. Yo, what's up, boss? Do you think guys, do you think I can do this as a group? I'm a little concerned about this quest. Oh, nice. I can see the corpses of the Ethereum relays. My alts. We love that. Shit. Shit. No way, I'm so far away, bro. I wasn't paying attention to my HP. Those things fucked me up. I wasn't expecting them to do real damage. Well, I guess I'll just kill shit on my alt for now. You guys won't be able to see. You know what? My Classic Plus has ghost flying mounts if we ever get fucking zones like this. If we ever get flying mounts, god damn it, give me fucking ghost flying. Sorry, guys. I'm killing some shit. Hold. Can I go? Okay, good. Okay, I'm getting fucked up, dude. Better graveyard? True. Okay, we're so back. Just gonna fly my dudes over here. Okay, smaller pools, smaller pools. My goodness. Don't kill me, bro. Boom, boom, boom. EPL Ghost Griffin Transport and Actual Network is actually sick. I didn't even know you could do that. Wait, can you... You could take the fly paths in EPL as a ghost? I've never done that. Oh, you have to be alive. I see, I see. Yeah, I've seen it in... Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. We're so fucking back now. That's probably the quest done. Oh, we're a little short. Two more. 1v1 arena in Classic Plus. I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think it's something that players can spend time doing. I think facilitating more player interaction is generally always better. If they put in 1v1 arena, I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard for them to do. You know, like it's not like they're gonna put a fuck ton of development time into it unless they commit to balancing a lot, you know? Duels? Yeah, but like facilitate like a dueling arena or dueling like MMR system. Right? That's all that Oh, mob spawned. Oh my god, I fucking pulled. We kill this in time? Whew! Arcane mages, dude. We're so back. Plus in the cargoes leaks. Have not looked at them. Oh my fuck, that was loud. What the frick? Streamlabs. You heard nothing? Yeah, I just saw actually that my thing was muted. Alerts. Where's the audio? Yeah. There we go. Put that to fucking 0%. I don't want to hear that. Okay.
This is a subscription test.
Okay.
This is a
What? Oh, stop. Please stop. 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 Okay. I can close this. I had to make sure that that was not gonna happen again, bro. My ears are fucking... My ears got boomed. Is it shared? It's shared. We're... Nice. Nice. We're making money. We are making some money today. I'm up to... probably like 200 gold in each character. 600 G. That's enough to fund the tier 6 adventure tomorrow. Do this as well. Okay, I started 3 quests. I've never seen this in a group. Why does Classic Plus need 2 years to get tuned? As a mage? I think mage probably doesn't need any. I think that there's probably some very immobile classes, like if you're maybe like a shaman and you don't have engineering, you know, putting on like an SR cloak, SR neck is pretty nice. Maybe it's like a tier 5 helmet with SR enchant, you know, that kind of thing. But I wouldn't overly invest into SR. You don't need to gear a bunch of like void spheres, or you don't need to buy like the fucking void, you know, gear, or the Heart of Darkness crafted gear. Yeah. Why is this guy just standing on my dudes? Does he get credit too? Hopefully he does not spawn 10 mobs. Three things to put in Classic Plus. I don't really have like 3 exact examples. The only thing I have is like principles. I want Blizzard to just adhere to the original design principles. Oh, that's nice. That's probably a couple hundred gold recipe right there. Although maybe not anymore with epic recipes coming out. Like, I don't know. If I were gonna give some specific examples, actually one of them would be like implement Northrend in a way that, or Outlands in a way that it's like hostile. No city, no flight paths. It's just like a kind of like the wilderness, you know, in old school RuneScape. Put Northrend in the game as like a pseudo wilderness. There's no fast travel, there's no portals, no Hearthstone, no flight path. You take a boat to get there. Whether you're a Horde or Alliance, it's different spots. And then there's 2 zones, Dragon Blight and Ice Crown Citadel, or Ice Crown. And then you put like a raid and a couple world bosses there, and then like high value like herbs and targets and stuff. PvP only zone. And you could have the items you get from that zone and maybe drop on the ground if you die. If you really wanted to take it, like go like really serious with it, you could have that on PvP servers. And if you're not on a PvP server, maybe just don't have that or whatever. Like, but I don't know. I feel like doing PvP on a non-PvP server, having a PvP zone on a non-PvP server could work. I just don't know. Oh, nice. This trinket is sick, actually. Kind of like what Silithus was or was supposed to be. Yeah, kind of like that, right? Yeah, and so like something like that, I think that having something like the wilderness would be sick. So that would be one of the features that I would want to add. You know, and I think the biggest thing is that no matter what they add, it has to kind of identify with the rest of the game and the principles like in the rest of the game. So like I think that idea works as long as there's no like town. Like as soon as you implement, you know, Dalaran in Northrend and it becomes a hub for you to stand around in, you've invalidated old content. And that's the last thing you want to do. Sorry, I'm just vendoring on my alts. Takes a minute here. Okay. Guys, we made it about 600G. Done questing for now. I'll leave some gold on each character. I don't want these guys to be so broke they have to like mail gold later on. Let's go 177 on this dude. Almost 600G. Why Sap's Eye? That's just what I got. There's a lot of locations lore-wise that were not utilized properly. I can agree with that. I think that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit when it comes to early development of Classic Plus, Hyjal, Uldum, fucking pick a zone. Everybody knows them, you know? And I think that the biggest... Like, I think that those things are going to happen. If they did a Classic Plus, I think they would be silly not to do those things because they're so low-hanging. The question is, what do those zones contain? And that's where I would be concerned, is like, I don't want them to just make zones that either are, I don't know, like, it like doesn't fit the world. Like imagine if you were just walking around and you walked from Silverpine Forest into Gilneas, and then everything in Gilneas felt like you were playing Cataclysm. And then you walked back and you're playing Classic when you went to your next zone. So my biggest concern with this is it's actually like really real for me. It's what they did in Sod. And it's like when you play Sod, when I played Sod, you exist in a world where 90% of things are the same. And then you partake in the 10% that's different, and it's a complete shift in the way that your world around you plays and interacts, and you know the quests that you pick up you can tell are new. They don't mesh well, and I think that that's a problem that I am concerned with, is the meshing of new content with the old content. And the last thing that I want is to feel the shift between those two. I want it to be seamless. In the sense that, and this is a hard line to toe, but like I don't want to be going from a zone that I've done before to a zone that's new and feel like I'm playing a different version of the game. You know? I don't want to feel like I'm playing MOP and all the quests around me feel like these are MOP quests. I want classic, long quest chains spanning across different zones. I don't want hyper optimized quest hubs in these new zones. I don't want items that are too good for my level compared to the other quest rewards around. I don't want like crazy over-engineered quests where you're in vehicles all the time, you know? And I feel like that's a question mark in my head in development, is if you're going to bring in, let's say they're bringing in developers from retail and they can't find that distinction. This is where it's like, you have to have these principles that I was talking about earlier of like, what is classic WoW and what does it feel like and what does it look like? And I think you can iterate on that. You can make things that are new under those same principles. You know, because people are gonna be like, well, so you'd want a classic that's not changed? It's, no, I want a classic that's thematically the same. And I'm definitely welcoming of change for classic. I just hope it's not the wrong direction, man. Classic experience, just play classic, then it's there for you. Yeah, okay, so like, let's think about what you're saying. Okay? You're saying classic plus isn't for me because I want classic with more classic in it. And that if I wanted classic, I could just play classic. So you're saying classic plus isn't made for people who want classic. You want something entirely new. That's just WoW 2. That's not classic plus. Why would it be called a classic plus? Why is it classic? Why is that even in the title if you don't want it to be similar to classic? Like, why are you being brain dead in the chat? They confiscated all the data. In that, didn't they like gain access to all their data? Like they can use it? Did anyone like look into that? Yo, what's up, Bishox? There's so much low-hanging fruit. There's so much low-hanging fruit when it comes to like what Turtle WoW has. If they have access to it, that's so fucking free. All they have to do, like, all they have to fucking do is look at what they did and then implement it in any way, and it would be good. Now, there's some things, I'm sure that there are some things about Turtle WoW that I wouldn't like, but I don't have to like everything that's put in the game. As long as there's like enough content that I can resonate with that's new, that I'm happy. Even if there are some things that I'm like, eh. For example, you've played Era for 5 years and PvP'd and rated Max. I also do want more, but I want the same thing. That's kind of what I'm saying is like, to me, classic is like, classic is like a mode of the game. And I think that it's fair to say that this can be expanded without it changing entirely. And I hate when people come off and they're like, just play classic if you want classic. It's like this you're missing the whole point, dude. It's not even what we're like, that's not even the point. You disagree with that? That's fair. I even think TBC, for reference, is close to classic. Like, TBC is very changed, right, compared to classic. But the core principles of original TBC are really classic at a core. And there's some things that I would change. But I think you can see that, like, just because something's classic doesn't mean it can't be changed. I think it's like an umbrella statement to say something's classic. It's a development ideal that existed when the people who made classic were developing. and that has since shifted to different things. Like TBC and Classic value players, how do I word this? TBC and Classic value the character's relationship in the world, not necessarily the player's experience firsthand. It's like there's definitely some things that happen from TBC and Wrath that cause this shift to disconnect between the character and the world. Being able to queue up for dungeons and teleport to them at a whim. Being able to queue up for a battleground and teleport to them wherever you are, and then teleport out and you're back in your quest seamlessly. These are fundamentally good changes for the player experience, but the character's relationship to the world is like not tethered anymore. And I think that that creates a big impact when you're talking about immersion. For like what I'm talking about is when I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm teleporting and disconnecting from the world on and off, and I'm going to different zones randomly, I'm getting summoned all over the place, I'm not getting immersed at all. And I think getting immersed into World of Warcraft is so fucking good, because that's what creates the desire to distinguish your character and actually spend time developing your character, because it feels meaningful when you're immersed. And when you're not immersed, you lose that value. And I think that this is what Classic is to me, is facilitating player immersion through a grounded character like / world environment. And I think that lifts when you look at Cataclysm, for example, where there's a bunch of new like teleport locations where you teleport to Uldum. You can teleport to raids. You can teleport to dungeons. You have very fast flying mounts throughout the whole world. Even to the point that your character's experience with the old world gets invalidated because all the things are different. And that's not to say that Cataclysm zones are bad. It's that that current tether that was keeping you to the world is gone. And so, to me, in Classic Plus, I just hope that they value that. If there's only one thing that I could possibly influence in Classic Plus, it's that idea. That like immersion facilitating idea. And I think that's why I like games like Monsters and Memories and like EverQuest so much, because they really lean into that more so than WoW. But also Hardcore does it too, and I think that's why I've just naturally done so much of all those things. Like, yeah, all is in Azeroth and lore based. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that would be sick. Good morning. Good morning. Stay away from ARPG feel. Yeah, I think that there's some place for ARPG style gameplay in a Classic universe, but I definitely think if they lean too heavily into it, it like I said, it kind of is anti-immersion a little bit. Press C. You want me to do this? Consider retail as MMORPG? No, actually. I mean, it is, but it isn't to me. To me, I actually think that retail WoW is closer to like League of Legends, but instead of being able to play the game right away, you have to level up. And what I mean by that is it's like a lobby simulator where you're playing World of Warcraft retail, but you're gonna go into different lobbies to do different things. It's not like old school League. It's like if you had to fucking go kill a bunch of minions to be able to queue a normal game. Like you had to go into a single player League of Legends lobby and kill a bunch of minions before you could queue up and kill a bunch of champions in a real game. Like it's just like, it's not really a good distinction when I'm talking about WoW to League of Legends. What I'm saying is more like, I feel like it's closer to that style of like queue up and play whatever you want. And to me, it's not really an MMO RPG. And I actually think that the future of retail is closer to that. I think that retail would benefit greatly from lowering barrier of entry for new players and instantly being able to queue into things like Arena or M+. And I think that's the reason Fellowship even exists, is there's no barrier to entry, queue up Mythic Plus. And there's a reason that that game exists. It's because that's how it plays on retail, but you have to maintain characters and buy new expansions and play again just to do it again. And I think that there's definitely some future in WoW where we're probably going to see more lobby, leaning into that like lobby gameplay style, like CS, like Battlefield, where you queue up and you just play a game. And if you like, you could play WoW like that pretty much. I mean, that's kind of what retail has been leaning into already, I think. What do you think about the tools to find raids and groups in TBC? So I actually think that this group finder is pretty good. I think this could be in Classic Plus, and I'm not mad at all. This is new. This isn't Classic necessarily. This just replaces, this basically is UX, like user experience of trade chat in a window. That's pretty much all it is. This is replacing this, and that's fine. I think it's fundamentally it's the same thing, but it's a little bit more efficient in terms of delivering your message. In terms of like, there's some features that I don't like. I mean, I think that they're definitely like modernizing the classic UI a little bit. I think it's still clunky, but I think there's pros and cons to it, like edit mode. I don't like how they changed raid frames. I think raid frames have been downgrading for the last 2 patches. I would rather have 2019 raid frames than what currently exists. They're just superior. The fact that I can't hover over debuffs on people or buffs on people on my raid frame is fucking ridiculous. Like, I've had that functionality for 23 years. Why is it gone? Like, how long has WoW been out, bro? Like, fucking 22 years you've been able to do that, and now you just can't? For what? Why is that even a feature? Why can't I do that anymore? Why are we taking away things? Anyways, I think that's silly. But like, outside of that, like the raid thing, whatever. UI, whatever. Nameplate? I haven't seen anything about nameplates. Okay with Undead Palace and Dwarf Shamans for Classic Plus. I think that it's a lazy solution to homogenize faction decision to satisfy entitled players. Like, the reality is that I think Paladins and Shamans could exist on both Horde and Alliance, and it would be fine. But I personally prefer having faction differences, fundamental differences in the way that factions play, thematically and also like combat-wise. I like that Horde are the only people with Wind Fury, and I like that Alliance are the only people with Paladin buffs. I think that thematically that's very strong, and that's a core identity for why somebody may choose Horde or may choose Alliance. And that's good, because that creates weight behind your decision at the character select screen. When there's no weight at the character select screen, I think that's a shame. I think yes, you should be able to play with your friends, but that doesn't mean, in my head, that doesn't mean that you should be able to play any and every class you want just to play with your friends. At that point, just get rid of factions. Like they're so arbitrary then. Could one argue that Wind Fury is stronger than Pally buffs? Yeah, you can. I mean, the thing is that Wind Fury is actually stronger than Pally buffs. The problem is it's more risky. So like the top end of Horde has always been higher than the top end of Alliance when it comes to raw DPS output. Even threat output is better on Horde. But the problem is that it's more risky because it's unpredictable, bursty damage that can get you killed. And oftentimes if you get yourself killed, you might get someone else killed in the process. So like you open a crit double Wind Fury proc on Firemaw, he turns around and breaths 5 people. That's why Horde is worse than Alliance. It wouldn't be worse if you didn't pull off of the tank. So it's balancing. So like the idea that Horde have to balance this extra like strength and power with, they have to like be more strategic with it, or they're just going to kill themselves. And then Alliance have this more like passive buff style gameplay is more, I think, very thematic for both styles. It's the way of the Zug and the way of like the Paladin or something. I don't know. Running in circles in chat. What else? Yeah, we're just chatting, dude. The reality is that it doesn't play out like that. What do you mean? Arcane, have you played World of Warcraft Classic? Horde isn't necessarily just better than Alliance. In fact, Alliance is more often better than Horde. So you're like, that's how it has actually played, is that the risk has been oftentimes worse. Even though the top end is higher, you need 40 really on-point players for it to be better, and most people don't have that. Horde is way harder, but Alliance is statistically performing better. That doesn't mean that the top end won't do better on Horde, but like that's okay for them to. At the top end, it doesn't matter. Like you're not designing this. This is not a gameplay oriented, focused decision at the development level. It's a thematic decision. It's not like, oh, because the top end of players will use Horde to its full potential, and it'll be stronger than both. Then like you shouldn't conclude that like both factions should get both because of that. Like that's silly. Now, I do think that TBC racials are different because TBC racials are very good for Horde compared to Alliance, and that's a completely different story. Blood Fury giving attack power and spell power is just too strong, and Berserking is also way too strong. In Classic Plus, I really hope they look at racials so that people aren't like kind of meta pilled into certain races all the time. I don't think weapon skill or attack power or attack speed should be included in any way for racials, and they should be purely thematic things like Will of the Forsaken, Stone Form, Shadow Meld, Escape Artist. That's how racials should be. You shouldn't have combat racials. I think that's too good to have, especially when it's weighted combat on one faction to the other. Yes, thematically it makes sense for Berserking, and maybe you could argue Blood Fury. I think Blood Fury is a lot. Juicy leaks that we're getting WoW 2 and not Classic Plus. Yeah, I mean, Cargos has been like kind of a doomer for a while on this stuff, man. We'll have to see how it plays. I literally don't know anything about it, so I will figure it out at BlizzCon. If they did do a WoW 2 instead of a Classic Plus, I don't think I'm necessarily upset at that, though. You know? Like, I think that's fine. I think it depends on what WoW 2 means. Take new content over nothing. That's my kind of take. Modern Blizz can't pull out a good WoW 2. Yeah, I mean that's a separate argument for sure. That is definitely Thank you. Yeah. That's a jug. My YouTube, it's classic plus, classic plus, classic plus. Yeah. I mean, I've been super hyped. Mine is the same thing. Guys, have you been getting clickbaited by Jerome recently? I keep opening these Jerome videos and he's like, new information on classic plus. And it's just fucking... There's a new patch on the Chinese WoW client. It's like, okay. Freaking Jerome, dude. I've been watching Jerome doing some PvP, man. Rest in peace. I want to do some PvP this season. Season 3 when it comes out next week. Didn't Holly get interrupted? Yeah, that's like the whole meme. That's the whole meme on Holly, no. You know, that like one video at the beginning of the year. I fucking forgot what it was. Like, what was that video for? That was like State of Warcraft or something. I don't even know what that was. Oh, it was the housing. Yeah, you're right. It was the housing. The housing ad. That's so funny that all you guys are saying is housing when it was literally called State of Azeroth. You remember it was called State of Azeroth, and every 15 seconds they would pan to housing. That's all you guys remember, bro. I mean, that's all it was. Straight up. I had to open my door, boys. It's getting a little warm in my room, guys. They're fucking firing me up. I'm sweating out here. Fell asleep in SSC yesterday. Was he doing like a 24-hour stream?
Totally browned out. What am I missing?
My pants.
35 hours? Why? Bro, he's sleeping. Jerome. Wake up, Jerome. This is peak engagement bait, though. Falling asleep on stream is always easy content. Guys, this is just easy content right here. He probably got multiple clips out of this. And chat's eating it up.
Late healing gloves. I mean shoulders.
Okay. Dupe Elazi Agris.
He definitely seems sleepy. Dude, SSC wise, yeah. Jerome was trying to get me to do like a Thursday fucking BT Hygel, but I don't want to fucking do it, dude. I want to blast Hygel for gold. True, boss. True, dude. I can't. I've been very, very glad to have like a mental break / reset on the WoW lull. I've also been just kind of vibing. You know, it's been a long time since I've played as a player and not a streamer. And I feel like that's what I've been doing. For the last couple of weeks, I've been playing WoW off stream, completely off stream, and just playing like how I would. And it's been very refreshing. It's definitely reinvigorated my interest in WoW, and I definitely got me thinking about like why I like playing WoW in the first place. Saw a rumor that Warcraft might be one of the universes beyond for MTG. I don't really know what that means. When are we sending the group extinction run on Zomboid? Dude, I played like 30 hours of Zomboid in like 2 days, and then I haven't touched it really for the last like week. I blasted some Zomboid. You know what problem I have in that game? Do you guys get this? Any Zomboids in the lair? My eyes fucking hurt playing that game. I don't know if it's the movement or like what my eyes are being required to do, but my eyes hurt after 2 hours of playing Zomboid. My eyes are burning. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the place I have to look in my monitor that's like abnormal, like maybe looking up here. I don't know. You're not blinking? I think it's the UI, bro. I think it's where the UI is placed. Like having it up on the top of my screen is not normally. Have I tried Monsters and Memories? Brother, I've got a level 53 warrior logged out in Fallen Pass. What am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do now? I farmed gold. Raid is tomorrow. Text is too small? Yeah, that could be it. It definitely hurts my eyes, man. Yo, what's up, Fogged? Farmy BOED? Okay, hold on. 2 BOEDs have been obtained and enchanted. Already got them, boys. Told you to farm those? Yeah, I farmed them. It's pretty quick. It's like 5-minute IDs. Yeah, I did, Keefe. I did stop running the mage run. I got kind of like sidetracked and like lost my motivation, bro. It's a classic ADHD move. I wish I finished it, but I just didn't have the motivation to keep grinding it, man. Yeah, the ZF change. Yeah, basically there was like a patch that implemented like a retail update, and it completely changed how you have to do ZF. And I was just like, I don't want to have to do that, bro. And so that killed my motivation. Yeah, we got the Blade of Eternal Darkness this morning, actually. A couple hours ago. What do you mean Blizzard changed pathing? Yeah, so Blizzard, like, did an update 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever it was. Maybe 4 weeks ago at this point. I don't even know. It was a long time ago. Okay, and it's like a routine update. Every couple of years they do, like every year maybe, they like have a patch where it introduces like, you know, general client updates, modernization of the old client so they can kind of migrate it to the new stuff and have one more unified code base. They've been doing this kind of stuff for every year, like for the past like 6 years, right? And this one, every time they do it, it changes things. Things change just a little bit. This time, it changed mob pathing and behavior, as well as evade spots and evade behavior. And what that means, the implications of that for a mage speedrun are having to relearn AoE spots. Especially dungeon AoE spots, because things changed in the dungeons. And, you know, like certain AoE spots, certain evade spots don't work anymore. Certain evade spots are new. Certain evade spots are bigger, etc., etc. And so, like, every time they do it, bro, it like hurts my soul, because there's no version. I'm playing on classic era, by the way, and whenever this is happening, there's no version of World of Warcraft that you can go back to and revert these changes. And so, like, it's just kind of every time I see it, it reminds me, and I'm like, damn. And I think that that's probably what killed my motivation more so than the actual changes themselves. It's like, I'm playing on a game that isn't going to exist in a year. I'm doing this speedrun on a version of the game that is going to completely change in a year. Even though it's supposed to be preserved in classic era and never get touched, it gets touched over and over and over and over, and it keeps fucking morphing. And that premise just deletes. It makes me so annoyed with the whole situation. Like, I really do think that it's a shame that Blizzard is slowly modernizing the old, like, classic era servers. And I get why, and it makes sense from a technological perspective. Technology, like, they want to have one code base so they can maintain it. I don't really know much about that stuff. I just know that that's what they're doing. But I don't feel like it's the same. Like, they shouldn't do that, man. Like, you know, to the point that mob behavior shouldn't change. The spells that people are casted upon, like, let's say Lucifron is a great example of this. It's not a big deal, right? It's not. It's not a big deal, but 5 years ago, Lucifron would cast Mind Control on the closest target. 3 years ago, Lucifron would cast MC on the closest target. Today, MC can be cast on anyone, including ranged people 40 yards away. It's not a big deal by itself. Lucifron, it's not a big deal. But the problem is, it's not just Lucifron that's changing. It's so many different mobs that you don't even maybe know things are different. And the problem is that these changes happen incrementally over such a long period of time that, like, they go under the rug, and then more changes happen, and then you don't notice them, and then more changes happen, and you end up playing a version of the game that, like, I'll look at a VOD from 5 years ago, and I just notice things that are so much like, wait, that happened? Did you know that in current TBC, I don't know if this was meant to happen, you know, like, ground effects not being, bypassing AoE cap. Did you guys know that was a thing? Like, Flame Strike doesn't bypass AoE cap anymore. And it's most likely that that's an accidental change. That's not a feature that they changed. No. Bishox, I'm saying they don't in Anniversary. Flame Strike ground effect is AoE capped currently. And that's a consequence of modernization of the client, more so than, like, it's not something I don't think they intentionally changed. It's just a byproduct of their system changing. Their code base is spaghetti code, bro. One guy that has to handle this shit. Yeah, exactly. The animation of Sapper and Era got changed because of SOD back in, Yeah, dude. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, jury, everybody's gonna have their own thing that got changed, but the reality is that just so much has changed over the years, and it will continue to change. And I think that that premise fucks me up, man. Hope Classic Plus is successful enough that we don't have to worry about it. Yeah. Macro to equip rocket boots for next phase? No. I just press it. I have item rack bound to Alt C for my boots. And so I can just press it and swap my boots. I wonder if this works. Can you still... Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you guys, you could swap, you can use your rocket boots extreme and then swap the boots of blasting. Like, and the effect won't go away. That's pretty sick. I remember doing that in Wrath. It's more of an impact on Wrath because it's, I think the item was so much worse. I feel like so many people are waiting for Classic Plus, it's going to be hard to get everyone happy. Never gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, 100%. I definitely think it's, and this is why I try not to have too many expectations for something like Classic Plus. I have hopes, and I have ideas that I think would be great for Classic Plus. But when it comes to expectations, I don't have shit. Because I think I had a lot of expectations going into SOD, and that ruined my mental perception of the game because I thought this is shit compared to my expectations, right? And I think that you can have fun. Like, SOD can be fun. It's just a perspective thing. For the most part, like... Now, does that mean I'll be disappointed if they do some fucking shit? Yes, I will. If it's dog shit, I'm gonna be disappointed. But as for expectations, I don't have many. And I think a lot of people have way too high expectations for what Classic Plus is and should be. And if you're a genuine Classic enjoyer, you're gonna be disappointed. If you like retail, you're probably gonna like it. I think it should be the other way around, to be honest. But I see the appeal to do it the way that you're talking about. Sad if it overshadows Wrath Anniversary. Oh. I feel like Wrath Anniversary is dead on arrival, bro. Who's waiting for Wrath Anniversary? I'm not gonna lie, bro. That shit's already dead. Wrath was peak WoW. See, I actually think that Wrath is below peak WoW. I'm gonna be honest. I think Wrath is worse than TBC. I think Wrath was the peak of WoW because of TBC. And the reason Wrath is when the peak happened is because Wrath is worse than TBC. If Wrath was better than TBC, shouldn't you continue to see growth into Cataclysm? There's a lot of like things that makes no sense Okay, so like, let's think about this. The perception of the game isn't based on the exact moment you're in. It's based on, like, let's say the last 6 months. Have the last 6 months of World of Warcraft been fun? Yes. Okay, so your friends are interested in playing because you're interested in playing still. That's what I'm saying, is that if you are having fun and you have been having fun, you're more likely to get your friends in because you're still having fun and you've been having fun. So because I think TBC did things right, it continued the momentum they had. And I think Wrath also did things right, but I think the reason it peaked was because it also did some things wrong. I think TBC even did some things wrong. But I think Wrath combat is good, but the TBC world is better than Wrath by far. I also think that, yeah, Arthas carried Wrath. If Arthas, okay, imagine this, guys. If the lore of Arthas wasn't in Wrath of Lich King and it was just Naxx rework, by the way, Naxx rework is in Wrath. Okay? Naxx rework, Ulduar, and then fucking the dragon bullshit. And there was no ICC, and it had TOGC. So it has Naxx rework, TOGC, Ulduar, and fucking dragon bullshit. There's no ICC. Is Wrath successful? Yes or no? I'm saying fucking no. I think it would have peaked early Wrath if that was the case. But because I think I agree with that. I think because Arthas is this fucking looming threat, and you've been working towards Arthas for, and you fucking played as Arthas in Wrath of the Lich King 5, you know, at this point, like 5, however many years ago. Like, I think Wrath is insanely overrated. I agree. I think it's so fucking overrated. All of the systems that they introduced in Wrath and all of the fucking bullshit they did, I feel like Wrath was the beginning of a more modern take on WoW, and there were some good things, but I think it ruined the immersion in the game for me. TBC without Illidan is overrated. But I will say, Wrath combat, I think, is more satisfying than TBC or classic combat. That's like saying TBC without Illidan and Kara was peak. Okay, but like SSC and TK, Magtheridon, Gruul, and Sunwell are left. Sunwell is nuts, by the way. And Zulaman. I don't like ZA, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Why is TBC World better? What I mean by world is like your connection to the world. I think Wrath of the Lich King is much more like you. You kind of just like queue up at the end of Wrath. Like when they added Dungeon Finder, you didn't get that like world experience where you're kind of just like queue up and you get ported to your daily or your whatever fucking dungeon and you're just in Dalaran in a queue. And TBC and Classic aren't like that. I agree that flying mounts definitely had like a big fucking downside in terms of the world. Classic TBC Wrath. That's my take is classic TBC Wrath. In TBC, you just sat in chat looking for group, but then you walked to the dungeon. That's the distinction that I'm making. And like I said, it's just the start of this. It gets worse as you go further and further. But like, Wrath Arena? Is it weird? I like TBC Arena more than Wrath Arena. And I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the pacing of the combat. I think that's what it is. I think that Wrath Arena is faster and more, I don't know. It's way faster and you have way more abilities. And then TBC is like, I think is each class is like more of a niche use. And it's definitely a little bit slower combat wise. It's also more RNG, which is kind of bad. I don't like that the RNG is there for TBC Arena. Not gonna lie. They both have their ups and downs. Like, I think if you had a mix of like TBC and Wrath Arena, where it was like the pacing of TBC, but the mechanics of Wrath, I would like it the most. Because I don't like missing, like when I was playing Rogue, like missing and dodging like your abilities just feels so fucking bad. Not biased, by the way. I played Holy Pally DK 2v2. Wrath was the best. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay. Okay. Which version of the game do I recommend you play? Play fucking Monsters and Memories, bro. Just wait until after BlizzCon to pick a version of WoW. That's probably my best advice. Just play anything else for 2 weeks. Except for WoW. Anything else. Because WoW is in a key turning point right now. It could go to shit at BlizzCon. And they could announce nothing. Nothing could come out at BlizzCon, guys. Are you ready for that possibility that nothing happens? And they announce something and it's like 5 years away and you're like, okay, well, that's fantastic. Thanks, Holly. You know, like there could be no hype. Wouldn't that be the best? Wouldn't that be the best? Everybody goes to BlizzCon and it's just the fucking most nothing burger of all time. Yeah, where's the prediction market, guys? What's being announced on fucking Polymarket BlizzCon stats? No, I mean, all seriousness, there's probably some fucking huge news coming out. And like, fucking, I don't know what it is. But we're about to hear some shit, dude. We're about to hear some fucking WoW 3 fucking... You know what I want? I want a StarCraft MMO, guys. Would you be down to StarCraft MMO? Completely undata-mined type shit? I need a new MMO. Diablo MMO. Okay. Yeah. News is they do a fresh hardcore server for the 3rd time. No changes. Progression. 6-month time span for each phase. Okay, well, I got my next 3 years booked, bro. StarCraft and Warcraft combined to make Warhammer. You know, I always liked the idea of like some of the custom games where you could play like the fucking Marine. Playing the Marine. Did you guys ever play that in Footman Frenzy? That guy was sick. Love to see level caps. I'm against that, bro. I hate level caps, bro. I hate that shit. Let me fucking level, man. I'm a leveler. Let me get max level and ahead of the pack, man. That's all I ask. I just want to get ahead of the pack and get a clear advantage over other players. Is that too much to ask for? Like, I want to have an unfair advantage. And that's the fucking truth, man. I want to, and then I want to gank these idiots. I don't want it to be like everybody gets 1 level a day type shit. I'm not yelling at you, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I need to like be grinding something, guys. I feel like I could have made 1,000,000 gold right now if I was just doing something mindlessly instead of running around the city. Huh. Like I could be fishing. I'm too locked in on chat. My eyes haven't even been looking at the game. How do you get into a raid as a rogue? Make it. Yes or maybe. I'm going to be telling you guys that tomorrow. Trust. This is just the early, like, hey, early bird gets the real information. Disinformation comes tomorrow when I'm farming Hyjal for Hearts of Darkness. All right, guys? Just so you know, I am reading YouTube chat, yeah. It's combined, guys. I've been using this program called Streamer Bro or something. And it combines them, look. See YouTube, guys. Don't ban me. Actually, if anybody is interested in making some early money, like if you're starting off and you're like a low level and you're not a boosting little guy, you could go to Ghostlands and actually, if you're Horde, you can go to Ghostlands and farm those Scourgebane stuff and make like 50 gold an hour at level 15. It's kind of nuts. If you think about the value there. Also, there's so much low-level gold-making stuff. You could go farm Swift Thistle or oily Blackmouths, and you would make insane money. Only Horde? Yeah, only Horde can do it because it's a Horde quest. Light Feathers. Are Light Feathers expensive? Ghost mushrooms? 5 freaking gold. You know, actually, when I was choosing what character I was going to play a couple weeks ago, it came down to consumable pricing. I didn't play my Hunter simply because, even though I like Hunter, the last thing I want to do is spend 20 gold on fucking scrolls every time my pet dies. And then also spend 20 gold on myself every time I die for scrolls. And then also have to use haste potions and also Demon Slayer elixir every 5 fucking minutes. Why is it 5 minutes, you may ask? Who fucking knows? Why couldn't it be 15 minutes? Blizzard? Put that in Classic Plus. 15 minutes. 15-minute demon slaying. That's my Classic Plus right there, baby. I've been doing this little bit. Every time I have a problem with something in the game, I just say, that's my Classic Plus. And then I fix it. My Classic Plus right there, dude. Ghost mushrooms become more expensive? I don't know, man. What's the supply looking like? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, we're rich. Dude, I could be farming shadows. I should farm shadows, man. That's what I could be doing. I hope I can get 50 gold for this. Go farm some dark runes. Can I solo dark rune farm? As a mage? Ew. Skullomance? Let's try it. I'm down to try it. This sounds fun, actually. I like a little dungeon farm. I'll bring both mages. Is it like a specific route, or like what are you supposed to do? Monthly gem bag? I'm not gonna do that until tomorrow, bro. I actually should get Revered Consortium real quick. Jump off bridge, fight through necromancers back to entrance. Do you like single pull every pack? No, I didn't flap. Thornling seeds? No, Jazz, I don't use dark runes. I'm a mage. It shares cooldown with mana emerald. I would just be doing this to sell them. Limer seeds already jumped like 3x pricing. Favorite part of TBC is the first month. GC was 0.75. Wait, what? What? Is that true? Yeah, Griffith. Been blasting, dude. Lowest GCD was 0.75. So it would go below with like enough haste. How many tries for BOD? Honestly, pretty lucky. What is this? 20? 20 tries for my main, and then 7 for my alt. Pretty good. TBC era? Definitely not. When did you get it? Oh, I got Blade of Eternal Darkness. This little guy right here, which I might actually use right now. Yeah, Dalaran. Yeah, in classic, Dalaran is not a floating city, it's a crashed city. Right here. Squawk a speed clear guild? I don't even know what Squawk is anymore, bro. Squawk is just a guild that I'm in. I played with Squawk back in Classic Anniversary launch, and I know a good amount of people in here. So I'm just hanging out. I do the raids just on Sunday or whatever. There's like casual raids in it. are you doing? I'm currently going to Skullomance. I'm gonna try to farm some dark runes. Do you have the key? Oh shit. I need a key. Guys, we might not be doing Skullomance. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. My Classic Plus... No, I actually think Skull should have a harder key. My Classic Plus has a harder key. I'm not... No, I could just die and go in. I hope... You know what, actually? My Classic Plus has a Skullomance raid only. Okay, this is my Classic Plus right here, boys. Stratholme and Skullomance are removed from the 5-man dungeon pool. They're not there anymore, okay? Instead, they are now 10-man, Uber-style mini raids, okay? Tune them up. 2.5 to 3x difficulty, okay? And then... Oh my god, you can't fucking duel here, man. You add an attunement to Stratholme as well. And then they add another dungeon to compensate for, like, I don't know. Maybe add a little bit more variety in your Prebis Farmerino. They were 10-man raids from the start. Yeah, well, I don't think that they were 10-man raids. They were just... Oh, were they? Wait, were they? Guys, was it, like, scaled differently? Or did it just take... Were you able to just bring 10 people in? Because I actually don't know if it was scaled differently. That would be sick if it was. Yeah, because I thought it just wasn't a player cap, but it... You have to remember that the game we're playing right now is like a little bit different. Like the class balancing of 1.12 is drastically different than it was in whatever like patch Skullomance 10-man existed. So I bet that the classes were just ass back then, on top of the people being ass. But no, like bring back the days where it's 10-man, you know? 10-man type shit there, and then maybe add like, you know, a new zone, and then you have a new dungeon in that zone for the Prebis farm. That would be sick. That's my Classic Plus right there, man. Feels good, man. Feels strong, man. Later, Zadantes. This whole island is a part of Skolo. Yeah, like the portal is right here. Ooh. I could see it. Tyr's Hand dungeon you need to get access to... You need to do to get access to Skull and Strat. Okay, you're cooking. No, that's cooking. A new Scarlet Monastery 5-man raid, 5-man dungeon, unlocks a key for Skullomance. At the end of Skullomance, you unlock a key for Stratholme. And then Stratholme is harder than Skullomance. This guy is cooking right now. Stratholme ends up being a 15-man raid. Holy, we're just throwing people into the mix now. Okay. Guys, what am I supposed to do here? I don't know what I'm doing. I just pull shit? Oh my god, what is going on with my fucking screen? Jump off left. You guys want me to jump down here? Frick, I missed it. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm fucking silenced, bro. Woo! Give me a dark rune, give me a dark rune, please. Dude, I was not prepared for this much inventory. I already made 3 gold. I think it's good to leave now. That's 2 mana pots. Wait, so guys, what am I supposed to do? Is this what we do? You just sit here and press Arcane Explosion? I need to bind this to mouse wheel. Ice block pull and max range blizzy. Okay, but if I die, I'm banning you. Are we going with this strat still? That's how they do it. Well, if that's how they do it, that's how we do it. I have a cooldown in 50 seconds, okay? There's some room here. Guys. What, I'm silenced. I'm silenced. I'm silenced. Oh my god, we're rich. I don't have Frostspec, dude. Okay, I'm gonna try this. If I die, it's not my fault. I was instructed to do this. Okay, it's kind of sick. Nah, it's kind of sick though. Oh my god, dark runes. Wait, I'm rich. I should just do this more often. This is sick. Wait, my inventory's full. No way. We're so back. Okay. Well, I need to split these anyways, so I'm gonna be dual boxing Hydrol on my mages. So I got a bunch of shitty mana pots for the AoE farm. 800 mana pots. You need a pig runner. Are you saying you do a one pull? Wait, are you supposed to? You do a one pull? Yeah, Repairbot would go nuts here. True, King Gerber. Yes, that's my classic plus. You can go teleport and take the portal back to your teleport location, as any good mage should be able to do. He's using that shit correctly. Oh shit, I almost got too close. No, 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 shit, dude. Panic. 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 Panic, panic, panic. Fuck. What was that blank? Panic, panic, panic. What the what is going on my screen right now, bro? Why are there so many? They hit so fucking hard, bro. Oh my god. Wait, guys, I'm almost exalted. The Argent down. Give me one more dark rune. There we go. Okay, you know what? 3 dark runes is a big win in my book. I'm porting out of this. Frick this farm. I hate this farm. Wait, should I don't know, maybe I can go again. I have cooldowns. Yeah, I could just pop cooldowns. Okay. 1. I guess we're leaving. I alt tabbed and I clicked on my other monitor and I fucking took the portal. Fuck. It looks like we're going home now. Dang it. It was meant to be indeed. Look, 3 dark runes. Hey, I used somebody else's repair bot here. Make 14G vendoring. Not too bad, not too bad. Actually, I kind of made some good money just looting. Yeah, I made 5 gold per character. Plus dark runes. Dark runes are only 11G? I thought I was about to be rich. Dude. The fact that dark runes are 11G means everybody in my raid should be popping that shit on cooldown. Okay, I don't want to hear any fucking healers or and I better be getting every innervate because they can just dark rune for free, basically. I thought I was about to be rich, but apparently, there's just everybody has dark runes. To add your horde, you could have all my gold. I quit TBC. Oh my god, bro! I'll trade you right now. I love Alliance Gold. I actually have an Alliance character because I was making twink characters and guys, peep this, peep this, peep this. Peep this, peep this. Peep this. Peep this shit. Currently dead. Oh my god. Please, please let me go, bro. Please let me go. Okay. Okay. Guys, I have not gotten my fucking hat yet. Trout gang. Okay. Peep the hunter, guys. Peep the hunter. We got the green tinted gogglies, the scout's medallion, serpent shoulders. But wait. That's a fucking Nax enchant right there, baby. The cloak. Defies armor. Thingy. Yep. Yep. Insignia of the Horde. This guy's Ogre Law revered? What the fuck? Yeah, I'll out DPS any of your little 30 little idiot alts, okay? Seal of Sylvanas, classic stamina. I'm looking for a tiger ring. If anybody got a 3/3 tiger for free, hook me up, dude. Anyways. Yeah, I've been playing this character a little bit. 19 is the only bracket so back in the day, I actually used to do like a lot of low-level BGs when I was like growing up as a kid. That was like my main gameplay style. I did 39 BGs. Does the weapon damage apply to ranged? Yes. 7 weapon damage does apply to the ranged weapon here. And I don't think it's supposed to be. But it does. So I played 39 as a kid. I played 39. I'll log an ally right now. I think it's this account. But that's the only bracket I played. I played 39s, and I played that in TBC and Wrath, and then I started playing in Cataclysm. I started playing 19 Twinks. But I originally was going to make a 39 Twink with some boys in the Trout gang. But nobody plays, man. The only people that do BGs are level 19s. Help. My game is crashing. My shit is crashing right now, dude. Guys, look, I'm not gonna lie. This character here has a randomized name because I had to scam people to get money. Because I was so broke when I first started this account. I had no gold on Alliance, nothing. So I went around and I begged people for gold. Like this. Oh shit, the macro doesn't work. Could you spot me 8 silver? I used all my gold to buy a weapon and can't afford training. And we racked up 32G with this message right here, baby. That is a classic. Oh my god. Please, can I have some gold? Beg you. I'm not gonna fucking beg you, bro. Can I please have 8G? Oh my god. Oh my god. This guy's rich as heck. Mr. Fresh. Holy shit. Thank you so much, bro. I'm never logging into this shit. Oh my god. He just deleted. Can we get some 07s in the chat for Mr. Fresh? He's moving on to better things in life. Rest in peace, bro. Damn, give me that macro for real. Thank you, dude. Looks so fresh. If you do come back, detoxing for Classic Plus, I respect that. There is no way I'm using all this gold. Just message me if you need anything. Ever. I have to transfer this. Now you have to play ally. I'm moving this right to the Horde side. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is leaving. This is leaving the Alliance forever. Holy frick. Dude. I'm fucking speechless, man. That's some money. I'm gonna buy a fucking... Guys. Now I can afford a rogue twink. Right to the auction house. Shadowfang. Dude! Why is it so expensive? I can't even afford it. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's so dumb. Part of me wants to. I'm not gonna lie. Part of me wants to, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I cannot do that. I don't have time to do another character to 19 twink. I can't do that, dude. No, I don't have time to do that shit, dude. It's not about leveling, dude. It's not about the leveling. It's about all the stuff after the leveling. Like, this random hunter, 2 days, 5 hours played. That's a lot of, that's like a week. That's like a week of gaming to set up a character. Who was in Trout Gang? It's the Trout Boys. Oh yeah. Guys, I have another character too. Check this out. Check this out. You ready? Leaf Boy. Behold Leaf Boy. Don't mind my shoulders. I'm currently borrowing these shoulders from Leaf Boy. But this guy's a little bit of a flag carry master here. We got the Furbog medicine pouch, as you do. Just pretend these are Nax enchanted shoulders. the healing set. You ready? Enhance. Boom. The healing set goes on. The hots go out. Boom. The spirit set gets thrown on. Regenning 71 mana per 5, by the way, on a level 19 character. 71 MP5. Look at the mana. It's like I'm fucking drinking. Boom. And we're slurping melon juice the whole BG like this. Just fucking dousing my shit. And our mana's full. We swap back to the healing set. Boom. Top our mana off. Throw stamina gear on. Go bear form. I'm fucking 2.7k HP unbuffed. Nobody's killing me. How many characters have I actually played? I played like... This character, probably like... Maybe like 10 BGs. 15 BGs maybe. The other character, probably another like 15. The problem is that... I'm just gonna say, guys. Leaf Boy enters the BG, the game doesn't end for 45 minutes, okay? Look, I stall that shit out because nobody's gonna kill me and then nobody's killing their flag carrier. And so it's a long game and it's just a bunch of running around and nobody has movement, so I'm just running from rogues and they can't catch me. And then I root them and then they can't get out of it because they don't have like trinket up or something, and it's just like I just run. I just keep running over and over and over. Like I'll queue a BG maybe like, you know, another day, but they only really pop like 2 hours a day. So that's the big problem with the 19s and twinking in general. Like the BGs pop between like 5, my time, it's like 5 to like 9 p.m. So you have like a 4-hour window to queue. And then outside of that, they don't really pop. Like I could queue Warsong, but it won't pop for like 6 hours. So that's why I don't have that many games on them. It's been fun though. Shit. '29s is worse. Frost Trap. Oh god. Hunters are probably nuts at 29. There's some cool tech though, like like we did like the Ogre Law trinket. The Trout Gang Ogre Law trinkets. We have like 4 hunters with it now. We're gonna queue up BGs and just like snipe people down. Imagine you have like 3 level 30 hunters in a 19 BG. That's like how much attack power it is. Why did you make these? Like the last like 3 weeks, I've kind of been messing around with them. Oh, it's been a lot of fun. Did I close my client? I think I did. Didn't think lower BGs. Yeah, it's pretty much only 19s. Like I really wanted to do 39 BGs. I think 39s are so much fun. I remember doing that in like original TBC. I played 39 twinks all the time. Like I'd come home from school and queue my 39 twink every single day. I played a rogue. I played a male night elf rogue. And the best part is I was combat spec. I remember very specifically I was combat spec. Because I think you could get cold blood, and I liked the effect of cold blood. Like it made my hand blue, and I thought that was cool. So that was my motivation, which means my dumbass, nine-year-old Ampy was walking around full combat spec twink rogue, no stealth points, crawling at 5% movement speed across the fucking Arathi Basin in stealth. Do you know how long it takes to cross the map in stealth with no talents? I'm sure you can guess. Okay? A long fucking time. And that's all I did. I would res at my fucking graveyard. I'd go stealth, and then I'd walk to somewhere, and I'd try to cap the flag. Combat, by the way. Anyways. Yeah. Exactly. Just more time to mog. Yeah, dude, like a blue hand guy. I'm blue hand guy. Yeah, this is TBC. Any characters on Classic? No, I don't have any on Classic. But I think that's been like kind of something that's been increasing. I think there's more level 19 twinks being made on Era, which is cool. Although I actually think I prefer the TBC 19 twink experience over the Classic 19 twink experience. Because I feel like it's more... Your characters are stronger. I didn't do like classic stuff too much. TBC is better for enchants. It's kind of cool. Like, I think the biggest thing for TBC for me is like the dungeon gear. Like your armor of the Fang gets updated, your serpent shoulders get updated. You're not just wearing like the only available green item in that slot. Like in classic, you pretty much all the people wear the same like green items because it's the only things available. And it's so much more like BOE gear, which is lame. Like BOE gear is the worst part about twinking in my opinion. Because you gotta get like fucking, you gotta like look at the auction house every morning and you're like, oh well that's somebody sniped it and now they're selling it for 300 gold. Thanks, man. But yeah. Look, guys, the 19 twinks, they've been fun. The nice thing about 19 too, compared to the other brackets, and I think this is why it pops, is because the barrier of entry is so much lower with the level 19 characters. You know? Because you only have to level, like, you get level to 15 and then you do your quests and you're done. It takes like... Getting a character to 19 and doing the stuff, like a rudimentary level 19 twink, takes like 8 hours to set up. And then you get like the extension items, like your AGMs, maybe fishing stuff, like that stuff like comes after, and it's like over time. 29s don't pop. The only one that pops on TBC is 19, which is a shame. I think it would be so cool to get others to pop. I think in Classic, they did pop. People were saying that the people that I was talking to in like the Twinking Discord were saying that like in actual Anniversary Classic, the BGs did pop. But ever since the boost got introduced, like the level 58 boost, low level BGs are dead comparatively to what they used to be. So it's like an unfortunate byproduct of the boost, actually. Is that true, Fika? I don't know anything about heroic dungeon changes in... Yeah. 59, 69 brackets could be fun if they popped. Yeah, no, definitely. 69 bracket is actually super active. Like, there's a dude in Warsong Gulch right now. Like, right now at fucking 9 a.m. on a Wednesday. There's a Warsong Gulch popped in the 60 to 69 bracket. That shows how much, like... Yes, you could get so many BGs. I think 69 twinking is probably fucking sick. The problem with 69 twinking is getting a character to 69. That's the biggest problem. And then also, once you have a character at 69, you need like full Nax gear. You need like full Nax gear, and so you have to run Nax every week. So... the barrier of entry for 69 twinking is like way fucking higher. Why Twink instead of being level 70? Well, because the whole point is to having a very unfair advantage over other people so you can just kill noobs. Like, it's the most iconic experience of Classic that you just outgear someone so much that they don't have a chance to beat you. And like, that's the whole, I feel like that's the whole draw for making a character like that. And it's just fun to beat up noobs, you know? Like, some level 62 joins your BG, and you're level 69, and you just one-shot him. And you're like, whew, I own that guy, good. You know? If you buy discounted Season 2 arena gear, you're beating up noobs and BGs. That's true, too. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right, but it's more of an unfair advantage to kill someone who's lower level than you than someone who's just less geared than you. Because you can do both. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. Been doing a lot of like low level BGs, high level BGs. I did some, I mean, both my characters, guys, I have two almost like, I would say my mages are like 60% BIS tier 5. Zathrul? I just want to see Zathrul. Zathrul is still level 60. Damn, look at that little freak. Look at that freak of nature, him. Right there. God damn. Do you go into 3x3 rotation at all, or only on KT and Vash? What is 3x3 like frostbolting? Streamer bot? That's this. That's my chat program. PTR outside of Stormwind, there's 15 target dummies close enough to. Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, I think the only time I frostbolt is Vash, like on Striders. I frostbolt to help the shaman, and like I can't use my mana, and then also if I don't have Innervate, like I just press 2, bro. I just Arcane Blast until I'm almost doom, and if I'm below 20% mana and I don't have any pots or like mana return left, then I just start frostbolting until I have like a cooldown up. That's what I've been doing. Ah. Conserve mana for second AP. Yeah, I mean, it's so dynamic. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I'm doing is like I'm just not stopping casting Arcane Blast. Like that's literally all I'm doing. And if I run I just start frostbolting. I don't think I ever get a second I don't think I ever get a second arcane power outside of KT. KT is the only fight and I guess and Vash. And then yeah, you make sure you have enough mana for that. Did you go to Blizzard? No. New to the space, all things considered. Like, I went to BlizzCon 2 years ago and nobody fucking knew me. You know? So, like... It's gonna be... a little different. I feel like the last 2 years have been really insane for my... like streaming career, honestly. It's been like surreal. That's you guys. Classic Plus isn't being made for you? No, I don't know what that means. The lime guide, the lime guide lime? Dude, the guide lime. Whatever Classic Plus ends up being, the community will shit on it regardless. That's one thing that will always be true. No matter what comes out, it'll be dog shit. Are you gonna hard pivot to politics? Brother, I have never voted in my life. I am not a politician. That shit is fucking... I'm a citizen of Azeroth, okay? Gambling then? Oh my gosh, guys. The slots... The slots have been claiming a lot of WoW souls, man. The fucking Beans and Sea-Doo of the world. Rest in peace, man. Stream Monsters and Memories on October 1st. I want to, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see because some there's like a lot of logistics because we have a 6-man party that we planned. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that we can play, even if it's just for like a week. Being able to play Monsters and Memories just for a week at the open would be so sick. Yeah, Buff Smigo. They're level 19. Yeah. I'm not going to go over the gear again, but we did go over the gear, yeah. They're pretty set. They're like 90% bis. Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories is an EQ. The way I would describe it is like an EQ-like MMO. If you played EverQuest Classic, that is the closest MMO it leans towards, while also introducing some more modern takes. But it plays like EQ. It's very grindy, very little quests, punishing death, drop loot, lose XP on death. Very slow travel time, slow combat, focused on more on strategy and pre-combat planning than the actual combat being very like high APM combat. But it's very immersive. As a product of all those decisions, it's extremely immersive, and the weight behind your character growth is crazy. It feels so good to get levels and get gear, and it's cool because the game has no wiki behind it. It hasn't been data mined, and there's no like not much public information about the min-max, so you get to decide your own like path pretty much. There's no real true right or wrong TM yet. And that's going to change after it comes out for sure. Wrong for Classic Plus? Are you wrong to want Classic Plus to essentially be old school RuneScape? No, I don't think so at all. I mean, old school RuneScape, I feel like, is the example that people point to when they talk about kind of updating and maintaining an older version of the game. Like, I haven't played Sims since Sims I have not played since May. Since the announcement, I have not logged in. Since the announcement that they were pushing back the release, I have not logged in. It like totally killed my motivation. But I've been kind of loosely keeping up with the information. PI on your bars. It's just a macro. It's actually it's actually my innervate macro. It raids. I think you'd be surprised at what Twitch chatters type here. Seriously, bro. I feel like that's a normal question around here. Yeah, Monsters of Memories very much looks and feels like EQ. Thoughts on new classes for Classic Plus? I feel like of all the things that I have thought about Classic Plus, classes are the thing that I have not put like any thought into in terms of new classes. Like rebalancing existing classes, I feel like I have definitely have some thoughts on it. New classes, I don't really know if I care about new classes. I don't think it needs it. I think that having a new class would be cool. Having a new class would certainly be a draw for people to check it out. But for me, I don't think it's really a selling point. I don't think I would play a new class if it was in. I think I would still play like Mage or Paladin. I also think that if they make a new class, I actually genuinely think that it would not mesh well with the rest of the classes. I think that they could not. I think that the Blizzard could not create a class that would feel like it belonged with the other classes. They would have to handcraft a new class that does not exist in retail. They couldn't just put something in like Demon Hunter or Monk or fucking Death Knight, I don't think, because if they did that, it would be way too OP comparatively. They'd have to prune it. And so like you're talking about designing a completely new class. I think that's hard. I think that's hard to do, especially in the context of Classic, where classes are very much niche and they fill their own kind of section of the game where they're powerful and they're weak in others. It's hard. It's hard for sure. Dude, if they make completely new classes, it's just going to be a completely different game. Yeah, I mean you could definitely say that like there's a world where WoW 2 would be cool. But like I think it would be interesting if they made new WoW content that was just new. That would be great. I would love that. But like I do think Classic Plus should be like classic WoW, but with like new stuff into it that fits in classic WoW. You know what they should do? They should have fucking imagine this, okay? Imagine this, guys. They create WoW Classic Plus and then they make new raids and they stagger them in such a way that you get like Race to World First Retail and then Race to World First Classic, and it's actual Classic Plus prog. Could you imagine how fucking sick that would be? Dude, we need some fucking progression in this, okay? Please, man. Classic players hate prog. Well, you know what? I think classic players need to be put in their place. Yeah. Yeah. Give us some like real raid like sustenance, bro. I feel like this whole design of classic as it's currently existed with fully figured out raids, like it makes sense that people expect to clear raids easily. It makes sense because they've done it before. Everybody knows the strategy. Everybody knows that you're supposed to kill fucking like the ads before Major Domo. Like people just know this. People will just like know the strats because they've done it, they've seen it, it's 20 years old, whatever the fuck. Right? And I think when you have that knowledge of the fights, it's easy to expect to get it killed very quickly. But I think if they make new content, like genuinely new content, I don't think that classic Andes will be mad that they can't clear it if everybody else around them also can't clear it. Like, that's the big if. It's like, I think that, yeah, there's going to be people who are mad they can't clear it because they're in a bad guild. But, like, if something's genuinely, like, relatively difficult week one, I think that's good. I think it should be. I think you can even let, like, you can tune the bosses in a way that's similar to retail where, like, the first couple bosses are kind of pushovers. Everybody kills 3 boss, whatever. Like, I think that's fine. And then you add like progressively harder bosses into these raids. I think that would be sick. I really do think it sucks to expect to beat the new patch the week it comes out, because that leaves 18 weeks ahead of you of nothing. You know what I mean? That's a bad design. It shouldn't be like that. I think that people got to get out of this mindset that they have to complete the new patch the first week. It's so unhealthy, man. Yeah, I did play Sunken Temple Sod on launch, and I thought it was fucking sick. I actually think that there were 2 iterations of the Iranicus boss before the existing one. There was a middle iteration where people started killing it. And I think that's how the fight should have stayed. It should have stayed in that middle iteration where it was killable but hard. The first one was a little too much. It was not impossible. I think it would have been more possible with more gear, but like it was, I think, too much of a jump from the last boss. It doesn't make sense. Obviously, it was overtuned. But the middle iteration before the gut, like they really did gut Aranicus afterwards, I think was good. Fishby Society, yo. Couple resets are more hunters. Yeah, like I think it could have been killed. And I want bosses to be like that middle level difficulty. I think that that's appropriate for an end game boss. But yeah, I really like progression. I've always liked it, and you know, I enjoy it. Mid difficulty Aranicus means we one shot it in the race. Yeah, maybe, but I want there to be more than one difficulty as well. I want there to be like this difficulty where it's like reasonable difficulty for most players. And then I want there to be like, I don't want to say mythic because I think that would be too much for classic in my eyes. But I want there to be like some sort of challenge mode raid. My goal, my like dream would be having a challenge mode raid that gives you like something that feels rewarding. Do you like scaled for 20 man but can be 40 man? I don't really know how it plays actually, because I didn't play MC and that's how it was like, right? All the SOD raids were like that at the end, where you could overman them and then the gear just, you don't get more gear, right? How did you guys feel about that? I prefer 40-man raids. I prefer 40-man raids out of principle. But I admit that 20-man raids are also good. I think that the difference isn't actually the raid itself. And the reason why I like 40-mans isn't actually because there's 40 people in the raid. It's because having a 40-man guild, 40-man raid, means you need a guild with 50 people who raid regularly. And that creates like a required size for the guild that I would say is appropriate to create a village structure that I think is so important in classic WoW. So it's a very nuanced discussion, I think, when it comes to 40 man. It's not simply like, I understand that it's hard to get 40 people into the raid together, but the consequence of having 40 people together means you have a guild that can facilitate large-scale community activities, and you have enough people who are icebreakered in because you've raided with them. Even if you don't know them, they'll be like looking for one more BRD, and then like, yo, I'll go, I got an hour. They do a BRD with a guild. They would have never joined. If it was a 20-man guild, that message would have never popped up, and they wouldn't have joined that group. That's directly increasing the amount of social interaction you have with relatively close people that may not be friends. This is exposure to social activity. And I think that 40-man raids create that exposure more so than 20-man raids. And that's why I like 40-man, because I feel like the 40-man guild structure that's required to run that is facilitating much more social interaction outside of the raid, which is where all of the like content actually happens. Like people focus on raiding like it's the only thing you do in the game. But raiding is like a 2-hour thing. You know, you play for 2 hours and then the rest of your experience for the rest of the week is with the people in your guild. And that's why, like, this is the experience of World of Warcraft, in my opinion. That's where the experience is. Yes, raiding is fun and it's cool. It can be the most fun part of your week, but like most of the experience isn't in that raid. And so that's why I'll never cave on the idea that 40-mans shouldn't exist. Like, I think that there's a reason why classic World of Warcraft has so many special social interactions that are memorable, and it has all this drama and all this bullshit. Yes, it comes with it. That's the territory. But it creates that social fiber that's so core to classic WoW. So, what do I think about 20-man raids scaling up to 40 players? I think if you're gonna if Blizzard really pushes 20-man raiding, and I have to accept that fact, I think that's decent because that facilitates groups larger than 20, and I like that idea. I think that there could be an additional incentive for running with 40 people, but it's like, let's say if you have 20 people in the raid, it's scaled for 20, and then if you have 40 people in the raid, I don't know how you do it. I was trying to think of a way that you could like incentivize people to run with 40, but you don't have to have 40, some sort of flex rating, but I don't know how that would work really. I know in the past I've talked about flex rating. I don't like flex, but I think I like 40-man raids more than flex. And so the idea, or more than I don't like flex. And so I think that having some sort of flexible rating, like sizing, could be decent as well to allow some flexibility for, I don't know. Yeah. Can confirm my TBC guild of around 20 pugs, a couple of people every week, and everyone raid logs. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just the go-to no matter what, though, right? Like right now, if you're just gonna play in a random guild, I bet most people will probably just raid log. But the best part of WoW is not raid logging, in my opinion. I feel like when people raid log, when you're truly raid logging, you're like maintaining it enough to the point that you could come back and play, but you got a foot out the door, you know? And I feel like so many people are in that boat where they have like 1 foot out the door, but they don't really want to stop playing because what if they could continue to have fun like in the future? So they don't want to leave their guild, or like maybe they still like raiding enough where it's like worth, but then they're like, but I don't like playing the rest of the game. I don't know. Have you ever been tested for the condition? What does that even mean, bro? I think I'm catching your drift, and no, but yes. Probably. It just boils down to nothing to do otherwise. Right. Well, like that's kind of what I'm saying though, is that people don't have, let's say, friends to play with, I guess. They don't have that like social driver to continue playing after they've quote unquote beaten the game. Which is, let's say you've cleared the raid, you've gotten most of the items, you're just missing a couple rare pieces. Why should you log in to play? Well, the answer should be that you have friends that want to do things in the game. I think that's where the 40 man comes in. The type of guild died with Ventrilo and TeamSpeak? Nah, it didn't, bro. I played in a guild like that in last TBC around. It exists. Those guilds still exist where people will log in just to help you, and you can just like mess around, and people are in voice and they're just chilling all the time, and it's a relatively decent guild, but they're hard to find, and that's not the norm right now. But yeah, social is definitely on Discord. And I think it revolves around people who are genuinely interested in logging in and playing the game. And a lot of people aren't genuinely interested in playing WoW anymore. They're just playing it because like they're just playing it because they don't have anything else to do or something. And they're just like, they like playing WoW enough that they're willing to raid once a week. You know? I want you to think about the perspective of a casual gamer in Classic and how 40 man can be problematic when playing with a bunch of 30-year-old dudes who have families. 10 man is a legit, the perfect amount. Let me raise you a question, Mr. Rush. Why should I care about 30 dads who have families and their schedule in a 40 man raid? I think that if you don't want to make a commitment once a week around the rest of your life, quite frankly, that's probably healthy. It's World of Warcraft at the end of the day. And I think that these dads have their priorities straight, that they can't find a 40-man raid. And maybe they shouldn't be raiding in the first place, because they have their priorities straight and they don't need pixel validation. Okay? I don't think this casual player is real, bro. I don't know who these people are that you guys are referring to. These casual gamers who don't want to play, or they want to play but they don't have any time to play, and then they want to play but they don't have any friends. They want to play and then they don't, like, they're not in a guild, they can't find anybody to play. Like, there's so many like different, like, you can just bring up anything you want when it comes to this casual player in their circumstances. Yes, people have lives, and either they're going to make time for World of Warcraft and they raid with 10 people, or they make time and they raid with 30 people. It doesn't matter. The people who aren't making time are never going to in the first place. I don't think it really matters. Like, I think that those 10 dads could just join a guild together and then raid. Like, there's so many different guilds that work. There's so many, there's guilds for every set, like every hour of the day you could find a raid if you wanted to. So like the whole idea that you need to raid with only the 10 people that you know is like ridiculous. That's what I'm saying, is you should be forced to play in a guild structure where you have to leave your comfort zone of your close circle of dad friends who want to raid on Monday at fucking 2:35 p.m. to 3 p.m. Make their own guild where the raid night changes based on when they can all meet up. I've been in a guild like that. That's kind of cool. I've never seen a guild like that, but that is kind of cool. Like, this week we'll raid on Friday. Exactly, Rothamus. Yes, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, there's some level of commitment, no matter what the size of the raid is, that you have to make time for it. There's like, yeah, that's such, what you said is so much more of a concise way to like talk about this idea. Thornling's as good as the Goblin landmines. I think Thornlings have more HP. I'm not sure. What is the goal in WoW right now? Right now I'm just chilling. I'm just playing for fun. I'm definitely like in this limbo waiting for some BlizzCon news, or maybe there's no news, but something. Need to be freed, man. I need to be freed from... HOTS too. I know some people that are very fond of HOTS. I've played a little bit. MP Arena. Yeah. Guys, next season I'm going to play a little bit on the mage. I've been collecting some gear. Arcane Boomkin turn into Arcane Mage? That would be crazy. Four Pompyra Arsham 5v5 Glad? That's crazy. I actually have a Pompyra spec I was messing around with. My friends were doing fives. Our comp is ass. Guys, what do you think about this 5v5 comp, okay? Boomkin, Ellie Shaman, Pompyro, Ret Paladin, Holy Paladin. It was cooking for a second there. It was cooking for a second there, and then just fucking fell off a cliff. Yeah, it's Ellie Shaman. Yeah, the boys, yeah. Guys, we went full PvE gear last season and we got 1700 with that comp, by the way. So it's at least 1700. Ret for Shadow Priest would be perfect. I kind of agree. Yeah, we gotta replace cultures, bro. It was mandated from chat. I logged in to say that's a demonic ass comp. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, but we were having fun, dude. It's fun to just blast. Like 5v5, honestly, has been really fun. Just, it's like you play like some idiot, dude. You just play like an idiot. You pop all of your CDs. You go try to one-shot everybody. You get one shot. They get one shot. Everybody dies. You leave the arena. You insta queue back, and your cooldowns are up. And you're just pressing your buttons all the time. It's sick. Full PvE Arcane. Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking about that. In fives, I might run two-piece tier 5 still. I might run like pants, or like maybe like pants, gloves, and then run three-piece PvP main set with a haste off pieces. Less damage PvP gear does. Miss OSRS. I was thinking about OSRS the other day, actually. I think some part of me still misses the early game of old school RuneScape. I think I would be more likely to restart a character on RuneScape than continue my current character. Like, I really enjoyed the early game. A lot, actually. It was very, very fun. Group Iron Man, so it's more interactive. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of looking at this like I could run chest, helmet, PvP 2-piece with Swift Strike shoulders, tier 5 pants and gloves, PvP belt, boots, neck, ring with haste, Hygel ring, trinket with, I guess I just run this cloak. That's all I really have. And then Swift Strike boot bracers. Thank you, my 5. Dude, I've definitely been blasting. I'm definitely struggling when it comes to fucking dieting, bro. It's my worst. I hate dieting so much. So I've been like, I feel like I've been on like a pretty much neutral caloric intake for a long time. Pretty much at maintenance. So I haven't really been losing weight, but I've been noticing like a decent amount of like changes, muscle changes and everything. Be fat and happy. The problem is that I was fat and happy, and then I realized that I wasn't happy. And then I was just fat and sad. So. That's the reality, bro. Oh shit. You want a tiny surplus? Yeah. I feel like I have, I don't know, is this wrong? I feel like I have enough like fat on my body still that, do I really need like a surplus? I think I can probably still do like a body, I don't know, maybe I'm just not right. Maybe I can't. They're an Aberville? No. No, dude, I don't have any tests done. Actually, for my birthday, Liz was talking about doing like DEXA scans, which I've been wanting to do one of those for a long time. Skulker or TK? For what? Hunter? Oh, for Feral. That guy's talking to someone else. My bad. You guys keep on doing your thing. It's all gonna go away when Classic Plus launches and you two are... Dude! I will not be doing that. I'm a reformed man, okay? Last time, look, I had McDonald's and I actually... It had been a long time. It was actually kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie, like, I feel like I had McChickens and I ate them and I was like... Yeah. It just didn't hit as it used to, bro. Soda's working out, you gotta keep going. Dude, I'm Soda. Yeah. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Don't worry. For hardcore, I pressed 3 weeks of frozen meals. Yeah. We don't have as much freezer space though. Oh yeah, that was a crazy. I remember linking that picture in like the Overclock Discord. Soda on steroids goes crazy, by the way. That was not on, I don't think, anybody's bingo list. That would be a fucking unhinged character for stream. Could you imagine, bro? I can't imagine. I cannot imagine it, bro. Also, I will agree, Dalaran is way better for circles. Shatrath is ass. I wish I could go to Ironforge. Actually, I bet Undercity is pretty fun. Just run around the city in an infinite loop. What if, Liz, what if for Classic Plus, we get Chipotle catering once a week? And then I can diet on Chipotle exclusively. You've done it, it doesn't work? Okay. Liz is saying, I'm going to eat like a normal person, but that diet consists of Funyuns and V8. So... Oh yeah, guys, check out this prep. Check out the prep. This was the prep for hardcore launch. The freezer. The freezer. The fridge. And we got water bottles because we didn't have a water filter in our fridge. We have this, the Brita filter, right? And it takes too long. The time to fridge to desk, the TFTD, was way too fucking long when I have to fill up a pitcher every time I get water. right? So we got the water bottles on deck. So the TFTD was run here, plastic fork, boom, boom, go home. I'm sorry. Please help me. I really don't know what class to pick as a main. Something that's good for PvE and raids based on how the class is performed. Why did you get timed out? Bro, I timed it out because like I was like didn't know if I wanted to read everything, and then I was like, wait, it's actually like a kind of wholesome message. That's an abuse of power, I think. Warlock is probably a strong choice, but I don't enjoy playing it. I've been looking at Enhanced, Feral, Druid, and Ret. Okay, every single one of those is like a supporty hybrid, so that kind of shows to me that you're looking for some sort of supportive character naturally. Enhancement Shaman is definitely decent. It's almost a cheat code. You're going to get into raids pretty easy if you say you're an Enhanced Shaman. I would say Ret Paladin is not the answer. And I also think Feral Druid is good if you're comfortable tanking. Because you will be asked to tank. Even if you say you're cat, you're going to be asked to tank. So I think Enhance is decent. Feral Druid are both good. For PvE and PvP, Feral I think is the clear winner for me, unless you're gonna do 5s. Because you can play Resto Druid, and you're good in literally any bracket. Yeah, Enhance in 5s is pretty decent. Yeah, that's Noki. How did you even get these pictures, Liz? Are these on your phone? What would you play if you were me? I can see on your face you don't like them. No, those are all fine classes. I just personally don't play those. Like, I don't like those classes personally. I'm more of like a mage hunter prop paladin kind of enjoyer for TBC. Those are kind of always my go-to. But they're not like, those are not things that are necessarily desired. That's, prop paladin is definitely desired, but you're gonna have to put in effort. It's kind of expensive to play prop pally. I think you should play a support class. You can also add, if you want, in your list like Affliction Warlock or Survival Hunter. Both of those being some kind of supporty roles. Boomkin is also, honestly, like Boomkin is, although you kind of listed melee characters. I think Enhance or Feral are your best options in that list. In terms of desirability. Also, if you're thinking in terms of quality of life, playing Feral Druid is going to be much better than Enhance, because you can tank your own dungeon runs and you can reserve the nethers and you can use that to make money early on. Arms Warriors. I think Arms Warrior is not desirable in this day and age. So many people are playing Warriors still. Also, yeah, I hate totems. I hate totems. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna end stream here and take a little break. It was a good stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Tier 6 comes out at 3 p.m. PST, which is in 5 hours from now. So I will be live in 28 hours or so. And we go crazy tomorrow. Dual box mage farm, making money, selling hearts, the best prices in Night Slayer. You guys need it for your dad guild? Yeah, I'm gonna be playing. Yeah, I'm not watching the race or anything. I'm playing. I'm just gonna farm some Hydrol, do some chatting to the stream. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's do a little grubby raid. All right.